Disillusion with Wintertide. Wow. Static, as you mentioned, the cleans on this album, which is entitled The Liberation, by the way, it was released back in September, are absolutely breath-stealing. They don't take your breath. They don't ask politely. It steals it. They steal it. So, there is some news. Both of it's very good. And I will get to that momentarily. I'm just enjoying the hell out of this. I've been enjoying the heck revisiting this album. Right now, I'm currently in the process of revisiting a lot of stuff from this year because we are 2 albums away. We are 2 albums away from my reviewing duties, I guess, scoring duties more so, from being complete for this year. There are just 2 albums that now need scoring. 3. Apologies. Wait, 3? So I feel like I did one of them. Hold on. Let me look. No, just 3. Okay. Three albums left that need listened to for scoring purposes. And then I will officially be able to hit the button and see where the scores lie. And we'll finally have an answer for what album of the year is, because prior to starting this revisitation, prior to starting the revisitation process of all of the albums from 2019, which has been a bit of an arduous process, some of which have not gotten the second, the reflush listen, because it's obvious from just score or from my own memory that they're not going to make the list. They're not going to make a dent. But prior to this, we were looking at a 2-horse race for album of the year. 2 albums that were clearly far and away the runaway favorites, and we are now up to 3. So very similarly, though probably a little bit closer than last year, we have now a trio of albums that could potentially vie for the title. We have 3 of them. So that's the first piece of news. That's exciting to me because, man, the scores are close. The scores are really, really close, and it's probably going to require a what I usually do in these situations, because usually at the end of the year I tend to get a couple of albums that are very close that could potentially be a album of the year candidate or a winner, and then what I do is that I give them each one final listen, and I do it consecutively, back to back. So what'll happen is that I'll listen to the 3 albums in consecutive format, and I will see which one at the end I immediately want to go back to, or which one gives me the most, I guess, good feeling. By the way, this song right here is entitled A Shimmer in the Darkest Sea. This is also from The Liberation by Dissolution. I like this song because, and don't tell Evil Toad this song does Tool better than Tool does on their new album, on Fear Inoculum. And Fear Inoculum's a fucking awesome album. It's a good disc. Tempest alone makes it worth the price of admission. It makes it worth the price of admission. But this song literally does Tool better than Tool. Whether or not that was the point, whether or not they are inspired by the band, is really, neither here nor there. But this is Tool better than Tool. With, by the way, those harmonies. Those clean harmonies. You'll hear them. And it will probably crush you a bit. Because this song is incredible. This whole album is incredible. It's a terrific disc. Are we talking about Soen? We are not actually, which is amazing considering Soen also released a just fantastic album this year with Lotus. Lotus is fantastic. It's everything that we hoped maybe that Pitfalls by Leprous would be, but wasn't. Maiden could cover Sabbath. Which song would be the perfect cover? It's actually a good question. I would like to hear. I'm actually going to go non-Aussie with this. I would like to hear Bruce tackle Heaven or Hell. I would love to hear that. That'd be awesome. That'd be super cool. But if we're talking Aussie era, we would probably have to go with one of the OGs. You know, maybe Black Sabbath. You know, maybe just the very title song. What album disappointed me the most? I didn't listen to a lot of albums that were what I would call quote-unquote disappointments. I'm not going to have a top 10 worst albums of the year list for the first time ever this year. Because people go into that video with an expectation. They expect rage, they expect them to be angry. You know, and there's nothing this year that I've heard, that I've listened to. Now, this is definitely not true of music. Obviously, there are albums out there that just suck big butts. And not in a good way. But most of the stuff that I've heard that has been, you know, quote-unquote poor or bad, it's just been underwhelming. It's not been bad. You know, it's not been horrid. You know, I'm looking here at my log, and especially within the past couple of months, I see so many scores in the 20s. So many good albums that have come out within the past couple of months. It's actually kind of absurd. It's really kind of crazy. And I think that one of the big reasons why I wouldn't do this is I think that the worst rated album nobody would have heard of. Like, literally nobody. Because I believe that I listened to this album over on Bandcamp. It was really way back, first day of the year. And that's Black Widow by Biogenesis. They're a young band. It's a young power metal band. And the stuff, you know, by and large, sounds like it could be pretty good, but it just feels super flat. I saw one that also had a score of 15. In fact, two of them that had a score of 15. We're going to get to that. The Standing Man First Chapter by Thy Station. Has anybody heard of that? Probably not. And then I the Mask by In Flames. Which, again, I don't really consider to be a terrible album. I don't really consider it to be a terrible album. In Flames is actually kind of going somewhere, but it just... we didn't get there. We did not get there at all. You know? Could say the same about the new Lacuna Coil, which is that they're getting somewhere. They're starting to forge a little bit of an identity, but at this point it still feels really... it needs some help getting there. It needs some help getting there. I wasn't a big fan of the new As I Lay Dying, but I didn't think it was a bad album. Things like that. That's about it. That's about it. So, unfortunately, there will not be a top 10 worst albums of the year video this year. So we will not end the year with a worst album of 2019. We will instead have our cumulative video for the decade, and the honorable mention of that video will be the worst rated album of this year. That's how that's going to work. That way something from 2019 at least exists on the list. Because again, in order for me to truly judge it as a bad album, I of course have to hear it. I have to hear it myself. You know what I mean? I have to hear it myself. That list, by the way, is about halfway accomplished. If it's a top 10. I don't think it's supposed to be a top 10, though. I think it's supposed to be a top 15, which is going to make things a little bit harder, but let me worry about that. But that was A Shimmer in the Darkest Sea by Disillusion off of The Liberation. I understand that the title of this stream says MeatMun-a-Thon, The Deer Hunter. We will be getting there. Believe me, we will be getting there in a big way. Have I ever heard Debbie covering Disco Inferno? I don't believe that I have. But that sounds like it would be a treat. Luke the Puke. What's going on, bud? We're currently awaiting the arrival of our man of the next couple of hours, which is MeatMun. And the reason why this stream is in his honor is because it's the only way to kind of showcase what it is that he did. Oh, I love that new Fen album. It was great. It was awesome. It was super good. Necro, you know, Devin being nice, I wish that I could sit here and say I was super surprised, or that I'm super surprised, but I have a story to confirm that happened about 15 years ago. That long ago, yeah. So I'm not surprised by that at all. I'm jealous that you had the opportunity to meet him recently, you know, because Debbie has gotten, his reputation has enhanced by leaps and bounds in 15 years, obviously. But 15 years ago, roughly, like around that, I went to see Opeth and a couple of other bands. I think it was Opeth, Dark Tranquillity, and Devin Townsend. And this was back whenever I think the newest album was Accelerated Evolution. So this was still the Devin Townsend Band, or Devin Townsend Project, you know, one of the monikers. This is before that he broke apart and did the 4-album cycle in 2000 and, what was that, 11 or 2012. It was before, you know, this was even before Ziltoid the Omniscient. This is before Ziltoid. So, I went to this show. I had tickets for the show. I had bought tickets weeks in advance, and I told my buddy, I told my best friend that I was going to go to the show, and he was convinced that Opeth, Dark Tranquillity, and Devin Townsend in 2004, 2005, whatever year it was not going to sell out. Wasn't going to be a sellout show that he was going to be able to go down there and purchase tickets at the gate. Now, the place where this show happened is a former church, and at that point had not yet reached sort of the level that it's at now, where they've had close to 20 years in order to really, you know, renovate it to the way that is perfect for what it does and what it's now functioning as. But it only has the capacity to hold probably, you know, 800 people, maybe that. And Opeth was coming off of, so it had to be 2005. Opeth was coming off of the release of Ghost Reveries. Like, it was right as the album was released. So very, very close. So we go down to the show. I actually, you know, take him and his now wife, who back then they were just dating. I take them down to the show with me. And I said, what's going to happen if the show's sold out? I bet you this show is sold out. And he was confident. He was like, you know what? If that's the case, then we'll just wander around for 3 hours. You know, we'll go, there's a Subway, you know, close by. We'll go get something to eat. We'll just hang out. Doesn't really matter, you know. Whoopee. You know, the best thing that happens, we get into the show, we get to go to a show. The worst thing that happens is that we just have to hang out for a couple hours and wait for the show to let out. And I said, okay, you know, that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. You know, I'm happy to take you down. I would love the company, you know. Always fun to drive down to a place with one of your friends and jam metal the whole way. So we get to the show. We're in line. He goes over to the gate. They're sold out. And I was like, I told you so. He was like, well, hey, whatever. I'll see you around in a couple hours. And I was like, okay, dude, whatever. You know, whatever. I didn't what? Anyway. Hi, MeatMun. Man of the hour is here, ladies and gentlemen. Man of the hour is here, but I want to finish this story real quick. So I go in, I check out the show. Devi is incredible. Dark Tranquility is super good. This is right around the release of, I think, Character. I'm trying to remember their discography from 2005. And then Opeth just steals the show. Just absolutely kills it. Just absolutely kills it. I mean, it's one of the best shows I've ever seen. You know. This is, of course, Growly era Opeth. Oh, the stream title? Oh, yeah, I did. No balls. Zero metro. Zero fear. So anyway, great show. I'm coming out. I'm expecting to, you know, just rub in my best friend's face, because that's what we do. We rib each other. We're all wrestling guys. So naturally we rib one another. That's just what we do. That's just what we do. But anyway, so I meet back up with my bud. You know, he's out there. You know, it was really easy to find him. I figured it was going to be a challenge, but he was in front of the venue. It was pretty easy to pick out, you know. I was pretty easy to pick out, probably, because I was wearing an Opeth shirt. I was that guy. I went to an Opeth show in an Opeth shirt. Didn't care. No balls. Excuse me. And so we're walking back to my car. And I said, you know, sorry that you weren't able to get in. He was like, oh, that's all right. I met Devin Townsend at Subway. I said, what? I said, yeah. I was down there with Bobby Joe. That's his wife now. At that point, they were just dating. So yeah, me and Bobby Joe, we were down at Subway. We were getting something to eat, and who walks in but Devin Townsend after his set? And you know, I knew who he was. You know, Devin's not exactly hard to miss. I walked up to him, talked to him, nicest guy I've ever met. I was like, God damn it! I just get to see him live, you know, hear him sing. You got to actually hear him talk. You got to actually, like, you know, maybe, did you sit down with him or anything like that? And he was like, nah, I didn't want to bother him or anything like that. But, you know, we talked for a couple minutes. He was real nice. I was like, did you get an autograph at least? He's like, no. Didn't have a pen. It's like, you're in Subway, you moron. Ask the person behind the counter for a fucking pen. Well, I didn't have anything for him to sign. Dude! Get a Sharpie and have him sign your palm. You know, or a t-shirt. Whip out your dick. I still love that story. I love it. But, yeah, my best friend got to meet Devin Townsend at Subway, which is amazing. Super cool. So, hey, we have, for you all, a hell of a stream if you like the band The Deer Hunter. This is entitled MeatMun-a-Thon. Yeah, sign a napkin, exactly. See? Nate gets it. He knows what's up. Sign a fucking napkin. Who cares if the napkins are brown? So the man of the hour is here, which means it's time for us to get started. The stream is entitled MeatMun-a-Thon Part 1, The Deer Hunter, because MeatMun, our esteemed chat friend, our esteemed member of the nation, about a week ago, dropped an absurd amount on a donation to hear all 5 of the current chapters of the Deer Hunter's massive multi-album concept. Now, I have to admit that I'm unfamiliar with a lot of this material. So whenever it comes to actually telling you the story and things like that, I am not designed to do that. That's not my place, unfortunately. So we have 5 albums to listen to give you a bit of a notice. Was $319, which translates out to like 5 hours. We have a long way to go. Will we get to all of it today? Is a good question. It's a good question if we're going to get to all of it today. The plan is to do so. But if it does get a little too deeper into the night and I have to go for whatever reason, I'm going to have to do that. Oh, I'm not going to worry about death because in the middle of this, I'm going to make myself something to eat. You know, I'm going to eat on stream during this, and I don't even care. If y'all want to stop watching because I'm eating, that's on you. That ain't on me. You know. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I want this to start as soon as possible. There's actually a playlist that I have on Spotify entitled MeatMun-a-Thon because there's more after this. Part 2, if we get through everything, Part 2 has 2 more albums and an EP. And whatever else he may decide to donate for, because he might decide, you never know. We're still taking donations today, by the way. But I'm just going to tell you right now, if you donate for a song, be here on Saturday. Because Saturday is our next stream after this. And we're not going to be playing anything aside from MeatMun-a-Thon today. So we're going to start off MeatMun-a-Thon with Act 1. Naturally, you start at the beginning. Act 1 is entitled The Lake South, the River North. This is our introduction to this big-time 5-album concept, which actually does not yet have a conclusion because number 6, part 6, is yet to be released. So let's go ahead and get started with Battesimo del Fuoco and get going. If at the end of this stream you need to know how far we got or where we're at for Last FM purposes, do let me know. And also let me know about the levels. Is this too loud or too soft? I'm using Spotify for this. I'm trying something out. Will I be pissing on stream as well? Not in the same room. Order Grubhub? No. I have stuff in my freezer. I can eat. I'm good. Although I do, you know what? The funny thing is I do have a free pizza available at Domino's. But the problem is that they don't deliver free pizza. It has to be at least $12 worth of an order. Feel free to talk sports if you feel like it. Oh boy, well, we'll have fun on Saturday with that song and probably more if I talk about sports forever. Is it a little too low? I would like a consensus from everyone. I did hear the new Silosis track. Not bad. I can check levels. Way too low. Oh boy. Okay, that's a problem. Alright, I have that maxed out. This is a softer track. This is mostly just vocal. Slightly better? Yeah, that was a softer track. We haven't entered into anything with guitar yet. Things are still pretty soft even in my headphones. We sucked this season. 8-5 in playoff position, using third string players for the most part. Mike Tomlin's your coach of the year, pal. I'll tell you who sucked this season and who is still sucking. The Eagles. Am I going to do a Toad-a-thon? Yeah, I am. I have to. I have to do a Toad-a-thon. And apparently, Toad has some evil intentions anyway. He still has evil intentions. We still have to do a 24-hour stream sometime. That might not happen until after the retirement. Because, second piece of news. Not an Eagles fan? Well, you could throw in the Cowboys to that, too, because that division is a fucking travesty. Anyway, yeah, that wasn't meant to be an insult. And now that we're getting into some guitar, let me know how we're looking, how we're sounding. There's really not too much else I can do with that. Anyway, second announcement. Yeah. See, the thing with Spotify that made me want to do this way is that I was able to get everything together in one thing. We don't have to worry about a single ad. So, because I have premium now. Hey, speaking of the devil, how you doing, Evil Toad? What's up, brother? So the other piece of good news is, starting tomorrow, content will be coming back in the form of videos. Currently, I have 11 videos, actually 9 videos that are in need of editing. 2 of them are already ready to go. So we are going to have a lot of content coming at you pretty fast and furious over the next week or 2. We have a ton of it coming. So I'm going to be editing like a freaking madman over the next couple of days. We will still stream on Saturday, so no need to worry about that. That is still happening. But we are going to have a lot of stuff coming at you. There's going to be some days where there may be 2 videos released on the same day. So be prepared to see Cover Killer Nation on your timeline quite a bit over the next couple of weeks. Is this the Mars Volta? No, this is the Deer Hunter. I need a new mouse. We're actually up to track 3 on Act 1 already, which is entitled City Escape. Our first 2 tracks were under 2 minutes, both of them. The next couple are a lot more bulky. I didn't realize you could follow playlists on Spotify. However you can potentially follow playlists, have a blast, feel free. Right now I have about 7 of them, most of which need some serious help and serious work. But at any rate, there's going to be a lot of content coming at you over the next couple of weeks. Time is, as Waterblanc has accurately foretold, ticking. We are now down to the last 19 days of the channel, which is actually a misnomer because a couple of the final videos will probably run into the first day or so or first week of January. So it has been extended just by a little bit, and really, if I can help it, it won't be extended at all. Which means that after the first of the year, in 2020, we will have our final stream. Our final stream where, the channel is active. That will be one of 2 official farewells. The other farewell will be in the form of one final video that I plan to make, which is obviously going to be a very much a thank you and good night video. If anybody wants to make a tribute video or anything like that, I formally give my permission for any of that stuff. I don't expect it at all. I don't expect anything. That's the thing. I expect nothing. In fact, I expect that whenever the video finally comes out, that I'm gone, that there will be a lot of people that will say, man, it's a shame that this is happening. No, please don't go. You have to talk about this, this, and this, blah, blah, blah. You know, the typical stuff. And then there's going to be a ton of people that say, finally, thank God. And you know what? If they do, that's fine. Whatever. That's just fine. This is the Deer Hunter. If you're wondering who you're listening to, just look at the title of the stream, The Deer Hunter. And we'll be listening to this basically all day. I need to add Water Blancs 449, by the way, to our total, because we are still actively taking donations to get toward those incentives. That is still happening, regardless if the songs cannot be played this afternoon. Because remember, I will play your song. I will play your song the next time I see you. Hey, is this Fall Out Boy? Sugar, we're going down swinging. Hooby doo, hooby ka, dooby da da da. I think I'm in the wrong band. No, I'm not. That's right. Is this Madness? No, this isn't Muse. Yeah, for those of you who maybe have never listened to this band, if you're here for the entirety of this part of MeatMun-a-Thon, if we do get through all 5 albums, you'll have somewhere in the neighborhood of like 73 to 75 scrobbles by the end of it. So you'll go from 0 to a lot. Because this discography, and really this isn't even taking their full discography into account, because there's a lot of other stuff that is not a part of this story cycle that is out there. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about scrobbling yet today. That's another way, actually, that you can sort of take a look at what I'm listening to after the retirement, and you can do it really right now if you want. If you're watching the stream, you know exactly what we're listening to. Or at least, I can tell you, like, hey, we're listening to The Deer Hunter. The song that we're currently listening to is called The Iniquity, or The Inquiry of Miss Terry. This is off of Act 1, The Lake South, The River North. Anyway. All jokes aside. Actually, I think it's a little bit less than... Yeah, it's a little less than 70. It might be 67 songs. I did the count right after the donation came in, and then I just forgot, obviously. But you can follow what is being listened to at last.fm/lightbulb, where the L in lightbulb is capitalized, sun, where the S is capitalized, S-U-N. In fact, I'll give it the old... It's right there. If you're wondering why you can't just find me under last.fm/coverkillernation, oh, that's that. Oh, that's right. User needs to be there. Derp. Here, how about I just do it this way? I'm going to do it in the form of an actual link. There we go. Yeah, the user, that is imperative. You're absolutely correct. I don't know if that was always true. No, it probably was. There it is right there. My job wasn't so arduous for its payment, I would request the entire area on Discog. Now that would take some dinero. Because damn, just imagine how many double albums that would encompass, firstly. I'm actually, you know what, I'm curious. Waterball, would you like to take a journey with me? Would you like to take a journey of curiosity with me? Because I'm down for that. Let's take a journey of curiosity together. So, let's see here. We're going to go just with the main albums, which I don't think that there's really much of anything. Well, there is one EP from 2008 entitled Elected, which I didn't remember. But let's start with The Final Experiment and go all the way up until The Source. And I'll do some rounding up and things like that. So right there to start it off, 71. 71 minutes, 17 seconds. We'll round down on that one since it's under 30 seconds, under half a minute, so we'll say $71 right there. 54.18, so that's 54. 54 and 71 is 125. Into the Electric Castle, we're at 125. Well, guess what? Now we're at 105 more. So that's 230. And we're not even in the 2000s. 230, you just added another 70 for the Dream Sequencer, so now you're up to 300. 65 more, 365. That's factoring in Flight of the Migrator. So we're 365 already, and we're not even at the part of their career where Arion really started to take off and get really well known within the deepest throes of the metal community. Hey, that 365, add 102. 365, 102, that makes it 467. Let's make it to 2008. 467, we're adding another 102. So 467 becomes 569. 569. Now we get into the theory of everything at 569, which is 89 minutes. So how do you make that easy? You make it 90. 569 plus 90 becomes 659. And then you finish off with the Source. 659 added into 88. So 659 to 88. Your final total would be $757. Well, that was just, $756. You're right. I rounded up there just for ease. No, I rounded that up for ease for math, and I forgot to subtract the 1. So $756 for the entire Arion discography. Absurd. Absolute absurdity. As for the Devon stuff, oh god, I'm not even going to try. Because there's so much. We do have a donation, though, that we need to discuss momentarily, and that's from Maru. She has donated $13 and has requested Lost Society with Into Eternity, which features Apocalyptica. That's the first song. Second song is Corporate Colony with Jägermeister. Is this a song or an ad, or maybe just a way to get free booze? Jaeger was really popular at like Ozfest and like all those different metal festivals in America during the 90s. I can honestly remember going to those shows and there were Jaeger tents. You could easily get tore up at those places. And then something completely different, she says. Illyria with Sea Widow. Thank you, Maru. That $13 will be added to our total. We'll probably be playing those on Saturday, so hopefully you'll be here. But of course, if you happen to not be, we'll play it the next time that we see you. I still haven't heard from Justin, by the way. I'm starting to get a little concerned. You're going to include the timeline and Intronauts only compilations? No, you're not? Oh, I could. Timeline alone is 227 minutes, so you're already over $1,000 at that point. Good lord. Like, I passed that. Like, I had to make sure I didn't include that. Because I saw the word timeline, I was like, wait a minute. I just did a rank 'em all of this band. I didn't include that. Goblin would be a lot. Goblin would be a ton. Devin Townsend would be, honestly, a lot. Opeth would be a lot. But hey, remember, if we make it to $3,000, which we're quite a ways away, we will do a thing called Discography in a Day, where we will listen to a band's entire discography in one stream. Not very dissimilar to what we are doing now, although this is not the Deer Hunter's entire discography. This is just a 5-album cycle. The band will be voted on by chat, and it will have to be a discography that can be completed in roughly around 8 hours. Do I like Mastodon? I do. Yeah. Mastodon is honestly probably a good prospect for discography in a day. Considering most of their albums run, I think it's around 40 or 50 minutes, and I think there's, what, 7 of them? No. 8? Agaluk is also very possible. Agaluk is very doable. We would stick with main discography with that. 7 albums and 1 EP, 8 releases. That's where I got 8 from. Agaluk we would count mainly just main albums, because they do have a lot of EPs. They have the White, they have the Gray, they have Faustian Echoes. They did a split in the 2000s, which was interesting. So you would go with, in that case, you'd probably go with Pale Folklore, The Mantle, Ashes Against the Grain, Marrow of the Spirit, and The Serpent in the Sphere. So the 5 albums there, and that would be very doable. That'd be exceptionally doable. Hi, Scott. Scott, we are currently listening to the entirety of the Deer Hunter 5-album story concept, which was pleasantly and kindly requested by MeatMun, hence why it has been given the dubbing MeatMun-a-Thon. We are currently on track 5 of Act 1, so we're still pretty early on. We're at track 1878. Amazingly, ladies and gentlemen, there's only 3 songs on Act 1 after this. The Pimp and the Priest, His Hands Matched His Tongue, and The River North. And then we'll be getting into Act 2 already, The Meaning of and All Things Regarding Misleading. But I know that if Scott had his way, I know what band he would recommend for discography in a day. It would be a very sleepy band. And you know, that would be something else. I mean, if you really want to get into some true avant-garde, you know, some could say that Disillusion is kind of an avant-garde band, but really, whenever it comes to true avant-garde, it's almost like comparing apples and oranges. Because Disillusion still sounds pretty conventional. Imagine, and here's an idea that I could get behind. Imagine if the band that was requested for discography in a day was the one and the only Monolin of the Well. I'd have to make sure I have like 3 pairs of pants on hand. Amazingly, I'm going to take a trip down here. I'm actually going to look this up because I am curious. If you wanted to do Nothing But Monolin of the Well, or request Nothing But Monolin of the Well, similar to what we just did to test out Arion, wouldn't actually be that bad, I'm thinking. Okay, I might be wrong. I'm definitely wrong. $237. $237. And that's just for the four main albums, you know, that is just for the four main albums. Now, they didn't release EPs with the exception of like the Secret Song, which is just one song that I think they put over on Bandcamp. You know, it wasn't one that was granted an official release. It was added to some of the remastered versions of, I believe it was Leaving Your Body Map. One of those two tracks, or one of the albums in the two album cycles with Got It. Yeah, Monolith of the Well is a band actually that you can listen to their entire discography in less than 4 hours. It's a very easy discography to sort of cap off. It's not going to be easy listening if you're unfamiliar with the band or unfamiliar with avant-garde. It can be, at times, very challenging. But they are absolutely absurd. Such a great band. Such a great band. You know, if you want something that's going to be easy and straightforward to listen to a discography of a thrash metal band. You know exactly what you're getting into. You know exactly what you're going to get into with each and every album, unless you scope out Creator. Unless you're doing Creators. Mostly because Creator had that era in the 1990s where they went a little off the beaten path. Which actually makes listening to that discography a little more sort of intriguing. Because you hear the straightforward, very original, you know, for the time, thrash, the Teutonic thrash of albums such as Endless Aggression or, you know, like Going Up the Coma of Souls. And then it takes sort of like this weird, like, veer off to the right, where they include a little bit of some gothic influence or a little bit of almost industrial. You know, they decide to do things a little bit differently throughout the, you know, like the Endorama and albums such as that. And then by the time you reach the 2000s and you get into the current era with albums such as Violent Revolution and obviously Phantom Antichrist and Gods of Violence, you get back into that thrash. You're a little bit familiar with their music? Ooh boy. They're a band to get familiar with. Like, they're not a group that a mass of people are going to listen to and experience the sort of oral orgasm that some of their fans do. But it's easy to respect that group because of how sort of out there some of the stuff can get, while still sounding somewhat conventional, while still at times feeling like they're not just trying to be as weird as possible for the sake of it. You know, the whole story behind Bath and Leaving Your Body Map, which was their double album that they released in the early part of the 2000s, was that they were very big. The band was very big into astral projection, and they were also attempting to lucid dream a song. So they wanted to lucid dream to the point where that's how a song came into origin. So they were kind of taking a very strange offbeat path with the way in which they were producing and manufacturing this music. And the result that you get is that a lot of the stuff that you see or that you hear there are ideas that came because of that. And there's one track in particular, one of the interludes, that was entirely done during a lucid dream. It is pretty crazy. It is just insane. You know, that was what they decided to do. And here's something else for you. They got one of their friends to design a secret among the symbology, and it's this huge puzzle in the album artwork, and that plays along with the lyrics, and it gets into codexes, it gets into magic cubes, if you're familiar with any of that. It gets into some real mysticism, centers around the Kabbalah, the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. It was introduced, and this is what the secret song is actually destined for. Secret song did not mean, hey, this is a hidden track. Secret song actually was meant to be the keystone. It was meant to be the keystone in order to get you started on this journey of trying to figure out the secret message. Anyway, in 2001, or whatever year that this album was released, and the fact that I never remember that just bothers me. Like, it just pisses me off. 2001, I was right. August 31st, 2001 for both albums, Bath and Leaving Your Body Map. It is now 2019. We're about to enter 2020. It's never been solved. It has never been solved. We are 18 going on 19 years into this mystery never being solved. Guess what I'm doing in 2020? In my spare time, I'm going to be diving headlong into this and trying my hand because I love me a puzzle. There's a lot of great information out there. There's a lot of great information out there that shows that there are fans, very dedicated fans, that were getting pretty close. Taking some pretty wild steps. That's where the concept of magic cubes and a lot of other things come into play. Using the keystone, but not having nearly enough information to know exactly what is meant. There are some leaps in logic that have to be taken, which of course in the scientific notion is kind of dangerous. But it is something else. And the amount of work that's been done on this, and still it hasn't been solved. This is probably one of the most complex, hidden things that has to do with an album that I've ever seen. And the thing is that it's kind of blatant. The keystone is extremely blatant. So you know exactly where to start. But what it means is where the challenge starts to set in. Because the keystone is very simple. It's actually something that has been mentioned in one of my favorite Model of the Well songs. In fact, the first song I ever got addicted to by this band, Birth Pains of Astral Projection. There's a line in there right before a scream is the crescendo of the song before it enters into a beautifully haunting and just wonderfully delivered, clean singing section. It says, maybe on Saturn or Mars or Mercury or Luna, and then repeats it again. Maybe on Saturn or Mars or Mercury or Luna. And then the most curious line of the song directly after that states, maybe this is a clue. And then the secret song repeats those four, and then also repeats four safer that are very closely aligned to it. I love these kind of puzzles. It's super cool. Should I re-review Fear of the Dark? No, I shouldn't. The review I did 9 years ago is just fine. All of my Iron Maiden reviews I stand by. Really all of my reviews I stand by. I'm not re-reviewing anything. I'm doing the videos that I need to get done, and that's that. It's done. I need some water. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some water, guys. And girls. I don't want to leave anybody out. Oh boy. Who got me? Who got me? Well, we're going to be here for a while, so it's best just to get to. Even the Astonishing. Yeah, I'm proud of that one because it serves as a cautionary tale. It serves as a cautionary tale. I won't be doing that either, Mike. That will remain forever a mystery. That will remain forever a mystery. Some things have to remain unfinished. That way, you know, there can be conspiracy theorists out there that's like, he didn't complete it. Does that mean that something happened? But yeah, super interesting band. It would be a really cool discography in a day if we make it to 3,000. But that's not on me. That's not my decision. That decision will fall upon you guys, the fans. Excuse me. Yep. The astonishing 90 out of 100. And then they didn't end up on the album of the year list at all. Well, at the time, whenever I listened to that, I was like, alright. And then I realized I didn't want to go back to it. Then I realized I didn't want to go back to it. And I continued to not want to go back to it. And every time I thought about, man, I really need to go back to it, I didn't want to go back to it. And then it got to this time of year where I needed to go back to it, and I did not want to go back to it. And then I realized, fuck. Well, that was a mistake. Sometimes you just have to eat your crow. It's just reality. Sometimes you just have to eat your crow. It would have been nicer, in fact, if the reason why I gave that review the score that it did was because Dream Theater or, you know, the record label was paying me $2,000. You know what I mean? But sometimes you just have to eat your crow. Sometimes you listen to something and you really like it at first, and then whenever you go back to it, you're bored. The one thing that you can't really get from your initial couple listens is the true concept of replay value. The true concept of, if you see this album, your brain thinks, I want to pick that up and listen to it. There are albums that I have in my collection, and I've had them in my collection since 2000 or 1998. I've had these albums for 20 plus years, and the minute that I look at them, it's like, man, I could listen to that right now in a heartbeat. And a lot of cases, that's exactly what happens. I pick it up, I throw it on, and that's what happens. It's the reason why I still listen to Load and Reload by Metallica a good bit. Maybe not so often in the past couple of years, because most of my listening has had to be dedicated toward the new. But it's one of the reasons why those two albums, I kind of have a soft spot for them, despite some of my criticisms. See, that's the thing. You can have a soft spot for albums personally, but also be critical of them. Nostalgia glasses do not fully destroy the idea or the ability to be critical towards something. Like you could listen, like there are, if somebody out there is a fan of Saint Anger, if they're a fan of Saint Anger, and their reasoning isn't just simply to be a contrarian, they actually like the album, they'll probably be able to tell you exactly why they like it, but they'll also be able to tell you where it has problems. You know? Maybe they really loved the raw sound of Saint Anger because it was meant to sound more like a garage album. That's what it was meant to be. You know, the reason why it sounds so different is because it's meant to sound like a garage album. It's meant to sound like a garage album. But they might also say, you know what I really hated? I really hated the fact that James's vocals and the lyricism in general was so incredibly repetitive. The song, you know, the songwriting, you know, it's great, but they don't need to go and repeat it 2 or 3 times. You know? Saint Anger is awesome. See, there you go. There you go. If that's truly how you feel, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Over the years, my opinion on Saint Anger, which at one point was that of Fury, has softened like crazy. It has softened like crazy. And in fact, it's to the point where I don't necessarily like the album. I don't think I'll ever truly like that album. But I also understand that there are worse things out there. And just even in the time that has elapsed since its release, we have gotten so many more examples of just mediocrity. But of course, whenever you're a band that is covered by every major publication in the world, metal or otherwise, whenever you're considered to be the biggest metal band on the planet, you're considered to be the big boy, the example of the genre, there's going to be a lot of coverage for it. There's going to be a lot of parroting among fans. There's a lot of bandwagoning. Excuse me. You know, that's just how it goes. I'm just getting old. Damn right I am. That's why I call this place the retirement home. It's a joke on multiple levels. It's because I'm going to be retiring. Obviously, it's a brand new place. It's like, you know, y'all pitched in and put me out the pasture. You know? It's like I'm being put out the pasture. It's a joke on my own age. I like the joke. That's why I like to make it. That's why I like to make it, you know? I make jokes like that all the time. There's people that come up to me and say, you're not old. Or they say, you're not ugly, you're not this, you're not that. I'm like, come on, man. This isn't a true reflection of me. You know, I'm just having fun. I'm just enjoying myself, that's all. That's all this is. Let me have a little bit of fun at my own expense. If I can't take a joke from myself, then I'm not... Shoot, if I can't take a joke from myself, first of all, I'm not going to be able to take a joke from somebody else. And second of all, then I best not lash or, you know, toss a joke towards somebody else. Because if I can't take it, then there's no point in me giving. You know? There's give and take whenever it comes to stuff like that. You are not immune to... You know, one person is not immune to criticism. Nobody's immune to criticism, isn't that right, Nemo? Isn't that right, Bob? Ozzy's new singles? Nah. I can take them or leave them. I recognize his own age. And I recognize that, you know, he's doing this basically just because he can, because he wants to. You know what I'm saying? But, they didn't do much for me. They didn't do much for me. Yep, jokes will be banned. They are offending. Yes, one person in, like, Peking, Wyoming. I'm not even sure if that place even exists. One person in Peking, Wyoming was offended by the joke. Ban the joke. Ban the video. Kill the person that said it. Destroy their reputation. They're not allowed to have a job. They said poopy. Everybody knows that that's offensive to people whose name is actually Poppy. Where's your girl Blazy? I think she's currently upstairs sleeping on the bed. That's where she was the last time I was up there, and I haven't seen her migrate down yet. They have taken to that bedroom like crazy. They love going up there. In fact, after the stream on Tuesday, I found a couple of their like their little plastic toys, some of their little plastic balls that they used to run up and down the hallway after whenever I lived in Hell Apartment. And I started tossing them up the stairs and had them like sort of, you know, go down the stairs. Oh my gosh. She, you know, Blaze, Cornell, Nemo even, they were running up and down those stairs after those toys like crazy. And then I would run upstairs with them and throw them around the bedroom, you know, because it's huge. It spans the width of the entire house. So it's a really big bedroom. You know, it could double as another room too if you put up a wall, but why? There's no point. Oh, they were just having a big old time. It is just a big old time. Oh, they're just... He loves looking out this window. First time he was doing this, I thought he was like homesick or something like that, because it was right after we moved out of Hell Apartment. He just loves watching for little birds. He likes watching the cars go past. He used to, you know, sit on the windowsill over at the apartment. But he likes this little stand now. Now that there's nothing on it, he just loves sitting on that thing. Because you can't really get up on the windowsill and lay. That's one of his favorite things to do. Is it cold outside? It is freezing outside. Like literally, I think it's like 32 degrees. It was very cold yesterday and last night. Hey, Anthony! Are you guys ready for potentially some more winter weather over there in southeast Pennsylvania? Because man, we have some BS a-coming next week. Well, supposedly. They're tracking something that could happen Monday and Tuesday of next week. For me, it looks like on my end in southwest PA, it's going to start off with a little bit of snow or sleet or whatever and then turn all rain. For y'all over there, if it follows the European model of guidance, it's going to be a mess over there. There was one model that was saying that there are some spots in southeast PA that can get 3/4 of an inch of ice. So, yeah. Yeah, we're supposed to have rain this weekend. There's two separate storms. The first one's going to be nothing but rain. Anytime they say Rainmaker, I immediately think of Kazuchika Okada, by the way, or Jimmy Havoc with the Acid Rainmaker finishing move. But yeah, it's going to be nothing but rain this weekend for us, starting tomorrow night, which is fine because I plan on doing some more recording tomorrow. I'd like to get everything aside from the five retrospective videos for the year. You know, the big boys. I'd like to have all those done. I'd like to have all those done by like tomorrow or Saturday. It's not going to happen, but goals, they're important to have. Loved the first part, by the way, MeatMun. I actually feel very sad that I slept on this band. I completely slept on this band, MeatMun, so thank you. Now I'll tell you why, because around the time whenever this was starting, I want to say that The Lake South, The River North was released in what, like 2008 or so? So this was like a late 2000s beginning. See you later, Eugene. But anyway, I was listening to another band, not very similar to this. They actually were more on the post-hardcore side of the spectrum, entitled "The Sounds of Animals Fighting." which was a pretty interesting group, and was, you know, with bands like that one and with the Deer Hunter and a couple of the others that have been active with this like sort of like progressive alternative sound is what I really like to call it. I kind of dub it that. It showed that there was a real creative side out there. And unfortunately, bands like this and Sounds of Animals Fighting and even like, you know, Cody and Cambria honestly got lucky. They broke through. They had a couple songs that really enticed a lot of people. It really enticed a lot of people. And, but they weren't bands that were going to necessarily get radio airplay, because at the time the obsession was still with the nu metal stuff from the late 1990s and the sort of like the post-grunge from the first part of the 2000s. You know, a lot of these stations in 2006, 2007, whenever I was going back and forth from Buchanan, West Virginia, to go to West Virginia Wesleyan College for my last year of school, my 5th year, because I was getting a 2nd degree. A lot of them were still playing songs from 1998 and 1999 and 2000. Now, granted, those songs weren't 10 years old yet, but I could count on 2 hands, or 3 hands, or 4 if I had them. You know, if I was an octopus. If I was Squidward, I'd be able to count on 4 tentacles with fingers. You know, dude, that's weird. That's weird thinking. Instead of tentacles, it's a hand at the end. Ugh. Anyway, the number of songs that they played that were close to a decade old, or at the very least were from, you know, the nu metal era, and I could count on one hand the number of songs they were playing that were maybe just 2 or 3 years old, that were new. They were new songs. What kind of band is that? Do I have a link that you can click? I'm not sure which one that you mean. Probably what, like the Sounds of Animals Fighting? Just look them up. You can look it up on YouTube easy. If you're talking like a list for progressive alternative bands like this, you can even say that I have that. Pardon me for a second, I have someone to yell at. Hello? Can I help you? I'm streaming. What's going on? Yeah. Hello? Hello? Oh, there you are. I said yeah. Oh, okay, you must have taken it out there for a second there. Oh, yeah. I didn't hear you say anything else. I guess it could have been recorded. So far. No, everything's good so far. It's gonna be a little while. Oh, well, how nice of them. I'll have to get one down there to them. Well, I was planning on doing a couple anyhow. I know Faith has found some sort of program where she can use pictures that she's taken like on her phone. So she's been taking pictures of the cats and photoshopping in like Christmas hats and stuff. So maybe I'll have to swipe one of those from her, send them down there. I didn't realize I had to study source material, but sure, yeah, I can do that. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Alright, well, well, no. It's actually covered by the insurance. It's surprising. Because the years past, I think last year was the only year where I didn't have to pay for it. And I wasn't sure if that was an outlier or not. Because the first year, I'll actually be right back, folks. take a short little break for a little recess. We'll see the first year that is on this insurance. Maybe. tell people when I'm streaming and they still call. Oh, the trend. The trend is scheduled to continue. It means I'll have another call by the time this is over. Oh God. Calling. Alright, we have returned. We have an echo. I have no idea what you're even talking about. I don't know what Vin and Sori are. I take it they're YouTubers. We are currently on the Church and the Dime. We are right in the heart of Act 2. We have quite a bit to go actually of Act 2. Act 2 is a longer album. In fact, we're getting into longer albums, more tracks with these here. Vin and Sori are a reaction channel. Yeah. So they are one of thousands that exist these days. Isn't it kind of funny how things have gone from review to reaction? That is now what most people enjoy. They want reaction videos. So instead of having a reaction themselves, they wish to maybe have a reaction themselves and then watch someone else's reaction. Like, oh! Is Sabbath's longest album? I have no idea. I don't know. I am not that encyclopedic. The album's pretty good. And it's going to have some heavy competition if it wants to get on the list, but we're going to see. We're going to see. You know, I've seen some, some of the reaction videos that I've actually enjoyed are kind of, I guess, off the beaten path or have actual utility. There was a guy that I watched, it was a couple weeks back, that was analyzing wrestling injuries. He was reacting to wrestling injuries. And he was a doctor. He's a doctor. So he was able to go into terms of what the injury, like what part of the anatomy that the injury was affecting, and was able to also indicate treatment plans as such. You know, give an honest estimation of what he felt that, you know, just by looking at it, you know, what the average length of recovery time it is for injuries like that and stuff like, you know, things of that variety. I thought that was really interesting. That was pretty cool. But I see there's a ton out there. There's like vocal coaches reacting to heavy metal songs or different music and stuff like that. There's, of course, you know, the godfather of reaction channels, the Fine Brothers, where kids react to stuff, and you sort of lose faith in humanity a little bit because nobody talks that way. You know, to quote Simon Miller, nobody talks that way. You know, those interviews are obviously filtered out. Fine Brothers like to present an agenda, and they do. It might not look like it, but they do. They like to present an agenda. The things that they like, they want to present them in a good light. The things that they are indifferent toward or don't really understand, they will usually paint it as old and outdated. The Fine Brothers are a travesty. They're a travesty. Not as big of a travesty as, say, Facebook, or what YouTube is becoming, but a travesty nonetheless. But the Fine Brothers are also the type of YouTubers right now, the type of channel where people watch the stuff because, and they watch it even though they feel it's a train wreck, because they want to see how big of a train wreck it's actually going to become. You know what I mean? They didn't invent them, you're absolutely right. But they were certainly attempting to claim them as their own. Because they wanted to build a whole entire network of nothing but reactions. They wanted to alienate the market and put them all in one place. See you later, Sebastian. Not as big of a travesty as humanity, you know. 2010 is the decade where it's the decade of loss. I've declared it as of today. 2010s is the decade of loss, because throughout this decade we all collectively lost our damn minds. You know, some of the things that we're talking about right now, talking about everything being so offensive and this and that, that was something that has become 100%. That is 100% something that became a huge problem in the 2010s. And the thing is that based off of what the complaints or some of the things are about, you would think that it shouldn't be a complaint, or it shouldn't be termed as a problem. It shouldn't be seen as an issue that we should be taking such great umbrance about or toward. But it has been taken to such a level and to such a degree where we have lost our minds to the point where none of us kind of understand good sense. You know, now the deliberate action is to offend just because it's fun to do, because we expect there to be someone who's going to be all up in arms and huffity puff about it. I'm going to give you all a little piece of information. There's a good chance that if you start off your social media status with I don't care if this offends somebody, but good chance you're not going to notice too many people getting offended. Not unless you say something deliberately fucked up. Because that prefix statement is essentially like saying, oh, you know, if you're somebody who gets offended easily, oh, I'm probably not going to like this post, fuck this person, and they're just going to scroll on. Chances are the stuff that's really going to offend people is the stuff that you just put in there innocently, no real aim to piss off. Somebody just looks into it a way that's just ridiculous, and then all of a sudden decides, death, goodbye. Incredible that's what started. De-evolution was begun whenever the official religion of the Roman Empire was switched to Christianity. So if you want to see when de-evolution really began, you could trace some of its earliest feathers to Constantine. Which deer hunter would I recommend for a first-time listen? MeatMun, if you are in chat, please offer your opinion here, because Anthony, here's the thing. A lot of this early stuff, like from 1 to 4 of the 5 albums in this series, I have never heard them before in my life, so this is new to me too. So I unfortunately, the only one I could tell you is number 5, which is unfair. You know, I'm unfamiliar with this band very much, and I love what I'm hearing. I'm loving the creativity. I like the fact that this is presented in a way that feels a lot easier to sort of digest than, say, the Amory Wars by Coheed and Cambria, which itself is done pretty well, but it can be very easy to get lost in the Amory Wars. But if there's one thing I hope for the 2020s, if there's one thing I truly and sincerely hope for in the 2020s, is that we ease up a little bit as a culture, collectively. And we collectively look to the interior. We look to ourselves. And not just in a selfish manner of looking within, though a lot of people need to do that, but as a collective failed groupthink. Because that's what offense culture and PC culture has sort of become. It's become its own worst enemy. It's become the thing it hates. It's become essentially the thing that it hates. Because PC culture, what it absolutely despises, are social mores that are just accepted because it's always been that way. So the concept of racism, in small little doses, a little confined, easy to digest, not too offensive doses is okay. And I don't like that. Personally, I kind of don't either. I think it's kind of classless. 10, 15 years ago, the funniest thing that was out there were tired, racist jokes that you said in the company of your other white friends or whatever. And, the first time you heard them, you might have chuckled kind of hard because it was a great punchline, but those aren't jokes that last the test of time. You heard them 5 times, they ain't going to do a damn thing for you. Take care, Anthony. Thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it. But now, the joke has become cancel culture. Because now, cancel culture has become such a plague that it is making, or what their design is to make folks afraid of language. And I'll give you a great example. I'll give you a great recent example. In Waterblanc, it's fair that you dropped some Mersbo earlier, because this is going to get into the realm of entertainment / sport, whatever you declare professional wrestling. Jim Ross, who's a play-by-play commentator for... is he play-by-play or is he color? It's really hard to tell anymore, because Delirious is very good at play-by-play. I think he's more meant to be color. JR. When mentioning Emi Sakura, who was a name that he struggled with, which people lost their shit about. Why? So the dude has a little bit of difficulty pronouncing a name. It happens. It happens. Waterblanc's turning a blind eye because of his pocketbook. That because we haven't played the Mersbo song yet. I'm just playing, dude. Anyhow, he then, in a later episode, mentioned something along the lines of, "This is one tough Oriental woman." Something along the lines. Or no, it was like Freddie Mercury has never seemed so. What was the exact quote? It was like Freddie Mercury has never seemed so Oriental, because Emi Sakura's gimmick is that she's a big Queen fan, so she comes out with like a little fake mustache and has the microphone stand, and she's really inspired by Freddie Mercury, and that's true. That's real life. Like, that's her real life gimmick, I guess, if you want to say that. I did mean Excalibur, not Delirious. Thank you. Delirious doing commentary would be absurd. Yeah, he went from Asian to Oriental. And cancel culture heard this, and there's cancel culture in the wrestling business. It's out there, and it's... Jim Cornette famously has stated that cancel culture, and he didn't call it that, but, whenever he talks about SJW wrestling fans, he mainly points at AEW fans, which, by the way, is unfair. But you could say that AEW fans more than WWE fans have a lot more woke individuals, because their demographic is much younger than that of WWE's. WWE's demographic, the demographic they get the most viewership from on a weekly basis is 50 to 69. Whereas for AEW, it's 18 to 49. The internet lost their minds because he said the word Oriental. Because he said Oriental to describe a woman or an individual of Asian descent. Oriental. What's so bad about the word Oriental? You know? And really, does it also mean... Does it mean that was the real problem because he didn't say she is a Japanese woman? You know, was that the problem? Was that the problem that he didn't say, oh, Freddie Mercury has never seemed so Japanese? Because if that's wrong too, then that means that you can't say American woman. So Lenny Kravitz, cancel him. You know, The Who, cancel them. It's insane. It's absurd. Thank you, Blackwater Rust. You have just hit a nail on the head. Now, I am going to analyze that a little bit. Okay, I am going to analyze that a little bit. I'm going to analyze that just a little bit. See, whenever it comes to language, there have been a lot of words in the past that have been created and have been slung around and utilized that are slurs, that are meant to insult people of different cultures. You know? There have been a lot of words that have been invented to do exactly that. And yeah, those words are problematic. Oriental is not one of those words. Oriental is descriptive of somebody from the Orient. Now maybe the slur part of that is trying to use Oriental to term all of Asia, whenever the Orient is only a smaller portion. More of a Chinese thing, if I recall. More of a Chinese section. And of course, Oriental is sometimes termed to metal. Bands such as Orphan Land, but in reality they're from Israel. But there, of course, are a lot of slurs that are out there that are horrible words to use. Those are problematic. Those are outdated. You know, those are terms that we don't really need to utilize. That's, you know, y'all know them. Y'all understand them. But if we're using it as a descriptor of area of origin, what's the problem? Like if I said, for example, man, Emi Sakura is one powerful Japanese woman. Is there any problem with that statement? Or would cancel culture come out and say, can't say Japanese. She's one powerful woman. You have to empower women. You know, I hate talking about this because I don't even know good examples, because the good examples are obvious. You know, they're super racist. You know, you're not gonna, if you're talking about Bobby Lashley and Lana in WWE, you're not gonna say, I can't believe that Lana got with that big black nigger, but he's a powerful nigger. You're not gonna say that. That's a horrible thing to say. Don't say that. Don't do that. There's a good reason to be absolutely upset by something like that. And I would agree with you completely. I'd be on your side. Just saying that, I feel uneasy. Even though it was done in the process of example among folks that completely understand that was what its purpose was. Bobby Lashley is a perfectly lovely individual. He's a great guy. Powerful. His pro wrestling career has been, not been the best. He was much better off elsewhere than in WWE. And that's simply because of booking. That's nothing to do with him. It has nothing to do with him. It has everything to do with the people behind the scenes that are booking his matches. He's a strong man. He gets it. He understands it. His facial expressions, sometimes you can't help facial expressions. One of the big reasons why I could never be an actor? Because my face would give away that I'm an actor. I can't sometimes paint my face into, certain modes or certain emotions on command. But, that's an obvious example. But we have folks out there that are psychoanalyzing things to the point where they're getting offended by things that are just coming near something else. Good example. Now, I know that this counts as part of the spectrum. There were a lot of folks in 2015, and I brought up this story before. There was a lot of folks in 2015 that got very upset at Walmart or Target. They got very upset at Target because they sold a Christmas sweater that said obsessive Christmas disorder, OCD. You saw that on the left. Obsessive Christmas disorder. I took a look at that and I thought it was, it's not a sweater I would own. It's not a sweater I really gave two shits about. I found it kind of amusing that people were getting all up in arms about that. That to me was pretty funny. Because that to me is really, really bare bones minimum. That's looking at something and trying to find it. And that's what a lot of this is. That's why it's a perfect example. It's a perfect example. People go into this stuff looking for something to be mad about. And the reason why they're looking for something to be mad about is because if they can write an article or a blog or something that's monetized with ads on the internet, then it'll make money. Every one of those blogs where you see all this stuff coming out, whether it's true or not, whether it's fake news, real news, or just news, whatever, that's a ridiculous sentiment too. It's true, there is a lot of bullshit out there. There's been bullshit for years though. This isn't new. If you think the National Enquirer all these years has been actual news, then somebody please tell me how Priscilla Presley and Godzilla's marriage is working out. Please, tell me. But these folks, they find something that's offensive. They want to super analyze it. These are folks that don't even have degrees in sociology or psychology, philosophy. Hell, these people barely have journalism degrees, if they even have that. A lot of these folks are just bored at home. They can't even write that well. They're not even that talented as linguists or as authors. But if they find something that they think could be construed as a little bit Charlie Brown, a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, they got mad over a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving because at the scene where the kids were having the little, they had a Thanksgiving before Charlie Brown went to have Thanksgiving with his grandparents. They had the picnic table set up out back. Franklin, who is the African American on the show, was on one side in a lawn chair all by himself. Meanwhile, everybody else is on the other side. They're getting mad about that, saying, "Oh my God, that's racist. Oh my God, they were racist. I can't believe Charles Schultz was racist. I can't believe Peanuts is racist. I can't believe the Peanuts is racist. Oh my gosh." I can still hear it, MeatMun. It's just on the floor. Sorry, whenever I get upset like that, you never know what might happen. It's insane. If you look at it, people just want to see things. They want everything to be this big hidden puzzle, like if they watch freaking A Year Without a Santa Claus, they're going to find the keys to the Illuminati or some shit. In the one scene of A Year Without a Santa Claus, you can clearly see a triangle between an elf's hat, a tree, and empty space where you see just snow. That triangle also has an eye that appears to be there because there's a little speck, a little pixel. That's totally not, some dust that's on my television screen. That's an actual eye. The Illuminati is in A Year Without a Santa Claus and completely inaccurately foretold the misery of the past 40 years. The sad thing is that if you look for something hard enough, you will convince yourself that you have found it. There is nothing scientific about trying to find something to be mad about. And quite frankly, maybe this just means I'm not woke, but whenever I'm watching something, I watch it for enjoyment and entertainment. I'm not looking at every little thing that could be perceived as wrong or annoying, or because I didn't like something, I'm going to get mad. Oh, Johnny Bravo right now is already being declared sexist. And that's the thing, it's been off the air for 20 years. So if it's been off the air for 20 years, it's not a representation of 2019. And it also doesn't mean that life in the 1990s was this gigantic sexist hellscape. You know? There's a lot of stuff in the 1990s that could probably be perceived as racist, or not racist, but sexist. There's a lot of stuff in 2019 that could be perceived as just gross out and weird. Weird. And this is nuts. You know, I'm down for advancing the social climate by trying to put an end to racism. And by trying to put an end to, you know, I want to put an end to this notion that America is the greatest country on earth, because it's not. You know, I want to put away that notion. I want that to be gone. It's incredibly moronic. It's incredibly stupid. Sure, there are worse countries out there. There are people out there that go every single day of their lives starving, and that's typical. You know, that's not a minority of folks. That's not a small percentage. That is typical. That is the majority. There are two classes. There are those with all the food and all the money, and there's the bunch of poor people that are wandering around hoping to get a scrap of bread. That's another thing. Listen, I'm not religious. You know, I would consider myself a non-theist. That would be my consideration, or a realist. Though people don't like realists. I kind of don't either. You know, you are basically creation of your own mind. You know, what you do on this rock while you're here, that's what matters. That is what matters. But I'm going to say this. Let the people have their holiday fun if they want to. Let the people have their holiday fun if they want to. Why are we ruining these movies? Because aside from the whole Christmas notion, aside from the holiday notion, some of them are just fun to watch. Some of the animated ones are kind of marvels of their time, if you want to look at it through a historical lens. I mean, sure, there were other Peanuts specials, but there's something mystical and magical about watching a Charlie Brown Christmas that you just don't see anymore. There's an innocence to it. You know, there's a great story that's told. There are lessons that you get. Excuse me. Non-theist equals atheist. There are differentiations there, my friend. I'm not going to get into. That's an argument that could take another 10 years. But again, like I said, why are we so concerned, or why are some people so concerned about trying to kill that notion? No, I'm a non-theist. Completely non-theist. I'm a non-theist that also enjoys learning, and for some strange reason dreadfully curious about religion in more of an educational capacity, and looking at it from a sociological standpoint where it baffles my mind how many of these traditions are not only based around some of the same people or based around some of the same concepts, are trying to teach some of the same lessons. You know, it's basically, don't be a prick, don't be an asshole. You know, there's my religion right there. There's rule number 1, don't be an asshole. And yet, what is the most prominent thing that happens whenever it comes to religion? People are assholes. No, look up both terms. There is a differentiation. Because there's theist and then there is non-theist. And theist doesn't always mean one God. Theist is more of the idea of belief in. this is kind of going down to some bare bones philosophy. Atheism essentially is a total and complete declaration that there is no God, whereas a non-theist more so is about that you are almost certain. So it's not agnostic where it's like, oh, it's 50-50. It's basically like there is that 99.9 and there's that 0.1. I don't know. The thing with that, Mario, is that it's legit. Like, I'm not, that is something that, here's a great book. If you ever want to know, if you ever want to dive deep into this, if you ever really want to dive deep into this, read Dawkins, The God Delusion. This is actually an amazing read. This is an amazing read. My tech department sent this to me, let us death. And I've already, oh my gosh, I've just been soaking this up. It's an absolutely awesome read. And the reason why it's an awesome read is that it's just not one person. It's not just one person who is writing and writing and writing about, there's no God, people who don't like God are stupid, blah, 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 blah. It actually takes a very analytical, extremely intelligent approach. And so within that book, you're getting notions of biology, you're getting notions of science, you're getting notions of, and I'm going to be, you also get notions of religious history too. So he really did his homework. He's an extremely intelligent man and presents things in such a unique way. You get a ton of theory that has been presented in many fields of science by a lot of Nobel Prize winners or laureates. It's a really intriguing read. I'm not sure I won't go back to church whenever I get very old. Probably not. I'm thinking not. And the reason why was that the thing of it is that even when I was still really on the fringe or didn't really understand what I was or how I felt, I always felt a lot more comfortable if I was ever having, conversations with God, not to quote the Mitch Albom book. I always noted that there was more of an enjoyment with it whenever it was personal. Whenever it was not inside a building where it was designed for it or whatever. I've never been, ritual is interesting, but ritual is also somewhat tiresome. This is just personal opinion, I'm not aiming to conflict anybody's personal views. I'm not aiming to attack anybody either. I'm not saying that if you are of the faith that you're stupid. I may ask you, why? What is it? What do you get out of it? But that's not a question of attack. It's more of a question of genuine interest. It's genuine interest. See, the one thing that I always wonder if belief is truly what it's all about. Belief in science is almost like another man-made God. The only difference is that science would be a quote-unquote theology that is based off of proof and evidence and constantly changing. Whereas one of the conventional religions of the man-made God, these are traditions that have been around for, in some cases, hundreds of years, like in the case of Mormonism, or have been around for literal millennia, such as Christianity. And in many of those, instead of offering genuine evidence, uses faith, belief, and the unknown, the mystery, as its pure and true selling points. I hate to put it in the terms of a sell, of a sales pitch, but I'm also a business management grad, that this is something that has always been in my mind for a long time, is that anything in the world that you're trying to convince somebody, belief in a politician is a sales pitch. In order to get behind a politician that's running for office, it's a sales pitch. A salesman who's trying to get you to buy a car is obviously using a sales pitch. A preacher is the same way. Belief and faith can be very interchangeable. You can believe in Santa Claus, but you don't have faith in Santa Claus. You know what I mean? So, okay, I like the interchangeability of that. Very good. It's a very good point. I was sitting outside a little bit before the stream, and I thought of this, and this has always kind of been intriguing to me. This is really intriguing to me. Yeah, you're exactly right, Mark. Oh, believe me, this is something. And the thing is that there's no war on this. There's no war. There's no war on this. Okay. The war on Christians and the war on Christmas. I can tell you exactly what that is. Would you like to know? And I'll get to my example here in just a second. The reason why the reason why they declare it as a war these days are because their numbers are dwindling. It's because their numbers are dwindling. Now, is it in danger zone? Dangerous to the doubt? Absolutely not. But instead of the numbers going up or remaining in their, hovering around the center line of where it's been for, decades, it's instead been trending downward. It's been trending downward. There are a lot of churches these days in America, because there were so many that were erected and built, there's a lot of churches that are closing. There are dioceses that are seeing, diocese-wide, where they may have had 60 parishes among an area, and now it's down to 40. And in a lot of areas, including actually in my local area, there's a shortage of clergy. There are not as many that are entering into the seminary. There are not as many that are going to seminary school. And I'm using Christianity or Roman Catholicism as the biggest example because that's what I was. I was Roman Catholic for 18 years. But there's a shortage of clergy that's out there too, to the point now where priests are pulling double and triple duty. It's to the point where now in my local area, here in southwest Pennsylvania, there used to be 4 main churches. Each one of them had their own, they had their own newsletter, they had their own everything. Now, it's all been combined. Do we want to wage a war on something as awesome as Christmas? That's the thing, there is no war being waged. There's no war being waged. Who were the ones that were pitching a fit about the Starbucks coffee cup? Joshua Feuderstein, who is a radical Christian, and those that believe that Christmas during this season needs to be splattered on absolutely everything, or it shows that a company is not behind the idea. It's all based around delusional thinking. And I'm not saying delusional thinking because they believe in a God or they believe in the Christmas story. No, it's behind delusional thoughts that every company or every person should believe exactly what they do. One of the oldest religious arguments of all time. One of the key cornerstones as to why so many wars have been waged, or why rifts in families have existed, why there's been blood. Something that more articulately than anything else shows the very inherent danger of any theology. And George Carlin said it the best: "My God's dick is bigger than yours." Or excuse me, my God has a bigger dick than your God. If there's one thing I would hope in 2020 and beyond, I don't want everybody to be like me. I don't want everybody to be like me. There are people out there that want everybody to be like them, and it's fine. I guess. It's completely and totally a fallacy. It's time to let go. This is a fallacy. I want people to be like me. I'm not a great role model. I'm not a terrific example, but I sure as hell would really appreciate one aspect that I try to do. One thing I would hope that humanity would try to do to be a little bit more like what I try to be is just be a little bit more, even just by a microcosm. I'm not saying go from being 20% accepting to 100%. Even if we go from being 20% accepting toward folks to like 40, if we double it, the service it would do to this world would be astronomical. Because here's the secret, here's the rub, folks. Here's the rub. We're all in this together. You know, we're the only humanity that's on this planet. Alright? There are millions of species of animals, but there's only one humanity. That's it. Just the one. We're all in this together. We need to learn to be nice. We need to learn to respect. We need to not be as paranoid or as willing to go out and kick someone's ass over something minor. Acceptance, not tolerance. Yeah, you know what? At first I had to look at that. I had to look at that for a second. Because tolerance is pretty nice, but acceptance is much better. Because you know what tolerance, if you look at the term, if you look at the word, tolerance means to tolerate. Which if you tolerate something, there's different levels of tolerance, is there not? There's things that you tolerate because you genuinely have no problem with it, and then there's things that you tolerate simply out of kindness, or you don't make a stink because you care about the person, or you don't want to make a big fuss. You don't like it, but you tolerate it. Acceptance is a much different ball of wax. It's a good point. Acceptance means, hey, this person lives a little differently than me. Okay, cool. Imagine the things we could learn from each other. Imagine the things that we could learn. Imagine the things that we could do. Imagine how neat of a world that would be. But I digress. I leave you with one final topic whenever it comes to theology. And it's something that is very specific for the season, something that we all see. With the exception of pop music. You know what? I've softened so much on pop music because, I'm no longer in a position where I have to hear it. I no longer have to hear it every day, which is awesome. It's cool. I am old enough to actually go for president, but I haven't started debating yet, and plus nobody would care. I'd be the first one to drop out of the race because the proctor would just be like, you want people to do what? Fuck you, get out of here. And I'd be like, see my point? My point, folks. Anyway. Whenever you're a kid, small child, and your parents told you about Santa Claus, they explained the legend of Santa Claus and said that, hey, Santa Claus comes down the chimney every single year on Christmas, and he leaves presents for the good little boys and girls. So you want to be good, that way you get presents from Santa Claus. If you don't, if you're not good, if you're bad, Santa Claus will know. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake, he knows if you've been bad or good. So be good, for goodness sake. He's going to leave coal in your stocking. You're not going to get the things you want, you're just going to get coal. First of all, if he's leaving you coal, if you have a coal furnace, that's a pretty good gift. Get a little heat. You understand the idea. The idea is that as a child, you don't care about heat. You think the magic heat fairy turns on, and it's warm. Ooh, heat fairy gave me warmth. I feel so great right now. It's snuggly in here. What happens whenever you grow a little bit older? Let's say you've gone from 5 years old to, say, maybe 10 or 11, or maybe for some of you it was a little bit later on, maybe 13, 14. Maybe some of you it was earlier, like 7 or 8. You talk to other kids, maybe your parents. Maybe you start to just, maybe you just start to realize that, wait a minute, I've been to 5 malls today and Santa Claus is following me and he looks different each time. You've never heard reindeer hooves on your on the roof of your house. Never seen a fat guy in a suit with a beard. I did, but it was one of my neighbor's dad. He totally, because we were a neighborhood full of kids whenever I grew up. Okay, it's not true anymore. It was just kind of one of those shot-in-the-dark residential areas where everybody who was moving in was about to have kids. And it all happened around the same year, too. Like, between 4 or 5 different houses, all of them had a son or a daughter within, I'd say, 16 to 18 months of each other. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. It's really, really wild. But anyway, you stop believing in Santa Claus. You stop believing in Santa Claus. Because it's a legend, it's a story. Something made up for kids. It was nice. It was nice. Regardless of my belief, regardless of who I would be, I would not ruin that for kids if I had children. Fuck no. Let them have fun with it. It's innocent. Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. It's amazing, too, considering what is it that you traditionally see outside of homes come this time of year. You typically see big, gigantic, inflatable Santas. You'll see, you see snowmen, snowflakes, things that are very winter-themed. Maybe you'll see a nativity scene. Okay. See a nativity scene. It's an associative thing. People have believed for a long time that Jesus was born on Christmas, and Christmas was December the 25th, and whether or not it's true or not is whatever. There are many people that have come with arguments that that Jesus was actually born in the summertime. This was changed because it wanted to the Christian church wanted to align it with the pagan holiday of Yule. That way to show that Christianity is better. They wanted to shove that out of the way. They adapted it from the time frame of Yule. That's the reason why a lot of the festivities, such as the holly and things like that, still exist. They crossed over as part of the Christian blah, 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 blah. It's all there. It's all true. But who cares? Have a little bit of fun with it. Put out a damn Santa Claus. Who gives a shit? Let the kids have a little bit of fun with it. Because eventually, the kids are going to learn, okay, there is no Santa Claus, but I still get presents because it's all about togetherness. It's all about families doing things together. It's all about being good to your friends, being good to those around you. It's amazing that with such a simple and almost playful reminder that this is also the same time of year where we have Black Friday, where we completely forget all of the lessons learned of the day before, which was Thanksgiving. All the things that we're thankful for feel fake and hollow as ever as we trample each other for commercial goods. And throughout the season of Christmas, it is actually true that while there is a lot more great tidings and joy, but there is a lot more depression, there is a lot more negativity that happens to come during this season. And it is a hard time for a lot of people. It is a hard time for a lot of people. It's a hard time for a lot of people. And looking at Santa Claus and stuff like that isn't going to necessarily help your mentality, but it's a tough time. So my final religious declaration is that this has been termed as the season of giving. There's been a lot of different names for this season, and regardless of how you feel religiously about the holiday, or regardless how you feel about all of this, be good to one another. Be good to one another and treat them right. You know, us right here, we're not even debating, we're just talking. You know, there's no meaning of perceived challenge. There's no desire for conversion. We're just having a conversation. We're going to go on to talk about something absurd here in a minute, probably, and you know, it's going to be like it's nothing. Because we're all friends here, we're all a community, and we're a community of difference. But the one thing that we all are similar about is that we do our best to look after each other throughout the year. You know, we ask one another if we're doing all right. If we had the opportunity, if we had the ability to physically visit one another and do that, we would do it. We do what we can. So, if you know somebody who's struggling, if you know somebody who's not having a good time, or it seems like somebody is really having a bad couple of days or couple of weeks, or it just seems like this season or winter in general is crushing them spiritually, to be a little colloquial, and you know, if you'll please forgive the sort of cheap gag there. If it seems like winter or the season or just their own mentality happens to be crushing their spirit, do reach out to them. Do reach out to them and do help them out. You know, even if it's something as simple as just sitting there and letting them talk to you for a little while. You don't even have to say anything. You know, you don't have to solve people's problems. Sometimes the solving of the problem is just as simple as letting them know that someone is willing to listen. You know? I had a friend that one of the biggest criticisms that has really led to the parting of company was the fact that there was a lot of this, none of that. Everything was here, none of it was here. And in any sort of friendship, that can be very damaging, because it creates a very large balance issue. I know that we had a huge conversation about reciprocity and balance and things like that about a week or so ago, so we're not going to get back into that. I'm not sure if the VOD is available, but it's the last 30 minutes of a prior stream. But thing is that if you do some of this, you'll get your opportunity to do some of this, and hopefully what will occur is that the respect will become mutual, where they will do this. And they'll listen while you are talking whenever you're having rough moments. And all of a sudden, you're there for one another. And the friendship grows. During this season, during this time of year, it's very good, very, very good to do your best to help one another and love one another. My final theological point is that one of the greatest golden rules is very simple. It is present in various religious contexts. It is the concept to love one another as I have loved you. Very simple idea. In this case, it's being spoken to by Jesus Christ. He is indicating it as a rule that was, or an idea that was sent straight from God. Love one another as I have loved you. If I have a harsh criticism, and perhaps the lone harsh criticism that I do have for theology, is that there are a lot of faithful individuals that really struggle with that concept. And there's a lot of non-faithful people that really struggle with that concept. So a lot of people in general, a lot of humanity just struggles with that concept because it's a difficult concept. It is. It's rough. Sometimes you're just going to meet somebody that's just going to make you want to pull your hair out. You're going to want to throw a brick through their freaking skull. You know? I'm not exempt from that. There's a couple bricks that deserve to be in a couple skulls. Sure. Make an effort, though. If you see these people struggling, give them a little love. Mara, I do apologize, and I do hope that your friend is able to recover. You seem to believe that she'll be fine, but that is an exceptional shock, and I'm very sorry to hear that. Please, the next time that you speak with your friend, give her our best. Tell her that the community is thinking about her, and we hope for her swift recovery. She's a secretary at a hospital. Well, not to sound comical, but if you're going to have a heart attack, I mean, damn, what a place to have one. Literally the best place to have something medical happen. In a hospital. Maybe we can transition into these topics. The topics presented in the name of our next act, because we are now concluding Act 2 of The Deer Hunter. Act 2 is entitled The Meaning of and All Things Regarding Misleading. And we're about to enter into Act 3, which is entitled Life and Death. Those are pretty heavy topics, though. Let's get into some fun instead. Let's get into some fun. I am surprised that I got to the number of albums I did this year. Because I'll tell you, it sure doesn't feel like I've listened to over 100 albums, moving and approaching toward 150, which is low for me. Definitely lower than my goal was, but shit happens. What a blog, give yourself a good one, man. We're heading towards World War I. So this is, I saw that there was a date in one of the song titles. 1878. Is that meant to be, is that like the origin of the Deer Hunter? Is that maybe his birth? Was his birth in 1878? Are there any albums this year that I regret not reviewing? No, not really. I'm thankful to not be reviewing anymore, if I'm being honest. I thought that at this point in time, or at some time during this this whole entire situation, I would start to feel the twinge of regret, or the pull to go back to what I was doing, And not once have I felt that. In fact, if anything, as time creeps closer and closer to the inevitable swan song, as evenfall turns to twilight, which will eventually lead to midnight, I've actually grown more excited. I've grown more and more excited for it to be done. And it's, again, as I've stated since August, it has nothing to do with the fan base. This is 100% zero because of the fans. It's because of me. It's because of how I've grown to loathe what it is that I was doing. It's the platform. It's hugely the platform. And it's the myriad of things that all were swirling immediately told me it was time. Because in years past, whenever I had sort of like the twinge or the thought about it, it was usually always during a time of distress and strife. I was unhappy about how something was turning out, or maybe view counts were not as high as I was hoping for, whatever, you know, you're looking at YouTube and feeling like you're not being promoted well, you're not being, you know, they used to have a way where certain people, like certain users would get spotlit. It was one of the ways in which the needle drop became a lot bigger, was that he was highlighted by YouTube as a recommended watch. But you know, those are the moments where retirement would seem, you know, the thoughts would creep in a little bit, but then I'd always be so much, you know, I would be excited for something that was upcoming that I wanted to talk about. That was like, you know, I would always say, man, I really need to talk about this. No, I really hope to talk about this. I need to do something with that. You know, so that would always keep me on board for a little while longer. And you know, now it's just like, if I see things that are coming in 2020, I think to myself, man, that'll be cool to listen to. That'll be real interesting. You know, I want to listen to that. I don't even think to myself, man, I need to review that. Man, I need to talk about that. It'll actually be kind of cool to keep my commentary to myself. And it's been kind of nice over the past couple of months to do exactly that. He's born much later. Act 2 starts with his mother dying, and he joins, and he's still late teens, early 20s in Act 3 when he joins the military. Ah, okay. Yeah, that would be close, you know. Because what is that? 1878, and World War I started in, excuse me, 1905, 1906. Or am I thinking too early? World War I was the teens, wasn't it? 1905. I don't even remember. That's a part of history I don't know a lot about. Legend of the Angry Music Nerd got highlighted. Oh god. 1914. That late. Oh yeah, wasn't it like 14 to 19? Should have recommended me. They didn't. Whatever. It's all good. One of the things about walking away is that you have to be willing to accept the past. Yeah, back to school. True enough. True enough. Yeah, that was all information I knew years and years ago, but part of me wonders if the more music and you know, different things that I take in, some of that other information just has to like be forced out, has to go somewhere. So like that stuff, that information, like it sends a synapse or like a control to my butt to like fart it out or something. As gross as that sounds. Maybe that's what, just maybe that's exactly what farting is. It's not a response to cheese or, you know, built up gases in the colon and in your lower digestive tract. No, that's your brain dispensing of information that it thinks you no longer need. My mother's birthday, I don't need that. Do I really care how many people signed the Declaration of Independence? Pot roast recipe, I did that once and it was horrible. Apologies for being a bit juvenile with that, but you know. Christians listen to metal music? Sure. Why wouldn't they? Or why couldn't they? Why wouldn't they be allowed to? You get chest pains occasionally that radiates to different parts of your body. Are the pains up here, like near your breastplate, or is it up and down, like on your esophageal tube? Because whenever I passed out in 2016, that's one of the things that happened alongside of my whole entire body kind of getting that pins and needles tingly sensation and being extremely itchy. And it looked like an allergic reaction because my whole entire body turned red. But it was a result of that as well as GERD. So heartburn, which heartburn sounds like it's this minor thing. You know, you take one They've won Pepsi or Maalox or whatever, and you're good to go. But apparently, as you age, and if you have a particularly serious case of it, that maybe is coupled with a bit of an allergic reaction or a bad reaction to food, can actually be quite dangerous and can mimic a heart attack. When was the last time? Oh my gosh! Now we're getting into fart talk. When was the last time I laid a fart that was so stinky I was repulsed by it or gagged? A couple days ago, I would say. I'm trying to remember what all I ate. A couple days ago, though, I was. See, I'm lactose intolerant, but there are some cheeses that I can somewhat handle. And I love cheese, so I'm going to take advantage. You know, I'm going to take advantage. But at any rate, a couple days back, oh my gosh, it was constant. There was one that was, and there were ones that were kind of big. They were just pressure or whatever. It was just gas. It was nothing. And then there was this one. It was real small. It didn't have any sort of like semblance to it. Like it almost sounded like it barely had any assembly. That sucker. I was sitting out there. I was watching George Carlin. I was watching Carlin specials on Amazon Prime. And as I'm sitting there, I'm just thinking, man, it stinks over here. So I started smelling my feet, you know, because I thought maybe my socks were, like I'd worn my socks one day too many, and they were starting to get that floor smell. You know. And there's a litter box that's out there in the living room. It's underneath an end table, so I thought maybe there was someone in there. Looked underneath, there was nobody there. Hey, RMG. Oh man, speaking of, I just laid one just a second ago. Again, MeatMun. The thing about Act 2 that I noticed was the musical evolution. Act 1 seemed to be very focused with setting up the story and setting somewhat of a tone, whereas Act 2 was able to expand upon it and give a lot of that tone more kinesis. It was able to set up more of a storyline that was centered around the musical development. And again, it's being transitioned here in Life and Death, here in Act 3. You know, this right here, it's theatrical nature. What it means to be alone is, by the way, the name of the track. And in fact, if you want something kind of funny, if you want something that really ties up this happening to 2019, the track that we listened to directly before this, the first main song on Act 3, Life and Death, after a short introduction, which was entitled Writing on a Wall. Track 2 of this album is entitled In Cauda Venenum. Sounds familiar, doesn't it, folks? And again, here with Act 3, it's starting to... You can start to tell sort of the throes of battle and some of the other elements that are being introduced. So what I really like about the Deer Hunter, we are in Act 3, yes. What I really like that they do here is that in many ways it feels like this could be formatted for the stage. You know, this could be formatted for the stage, or, you know, I'm not sure what their concerts were like. So I'm not sure if their concerts were meant to have perhaps this, you know, a loose-based concept, you know, a speechless concept, kind of going on in the background, or it's almost like something that could be eventually transitioned over into some form of media, like some medium. As an example, Kuwait and Cambria, they had the Amory Wars comic books. You know, I had the Amory Wars, well, they had the Amory Wars comics. And, you know, Claudio had stated that he wanted to do a little bit more with that and maybe expand that further. Or was okay with that going further. So I could see that easily transition over if he ever decided to do so. And I wonder if, once the story is concluded in Act 6, because he stated that it was a 6-act album cycle, if there is going to be anything special done in order to celebrate that, or if there's going to be maybe like one show where everything is performed as a whole or whatever. You know what I mean? Mark, one thing I'll tell you is that if you're ever feeling really sick, I've noticed, especially if it's respiratory or especially if it happens to be sinuses or, you know, all in your nose and the back of your throat, pepper therapy is what I call it. But if you eat things that are a little bit hot, that have capsaicin in it and a bit of a higher quantity, it does help. It does help. It helps big time. You know, even if you can't get your hands on actual like habanero peppers or even just like jalapenos or things like that, I was able to find success even with foods that mirror it, which is kind of an interesting concept because that means it's almost like a culinary placebo effect. So as much as it would be as much as it makes me a true Kyle, Flamin' Hot Cheetos can have great result. Because sometimes all you need is for those sinuses to drain or clear or whatever. And if you have a natural reason, because of capsaicin, excuse me, it does help advance things along. In other semblances, the brat diet legitimately works. Bananas, rice, applesauce, and whatever the hell tea is. Forget what the tea is. I feel like it's something really simple. Tea? Maybe? But that's mainly for like digestive issues. That's if you're having problems. Whenever I was on that diet, it was because I was having some piping problems. Wasn't pooping. That's bad. You get that kind of block and that sticks around for longer than a couple days, you need to get that shit examined immediately. Toast. That's right. Not tea. It's toast. You're right. You know, a lot of times those are just little minor stomach viruses that have to get through. They can be very painful. I remember that during that whole situation, it felt like my gut was being stabbed. I thought that maybe it wasn't a problem of like my colon. I thought maybe my appendix was having issues, but that was not the case. And I was able to quickly learn that because Faith's brother, while he lived with us a couple of years ago, he had problems with his appendix, and the freaking asshole, the idiot, did not go to the freaking hospital for like a week. He was getting damn close to going septic. And if you go septic, death can follow pretty quick. So, I don't know, I've been pretty fortunate. I've had the flu exceptionally bad over the past couple of years. So my prayer is that I don't get that this year. I hope like hell I don't get that this year. But, man, that's been getting bad. Talk about a video you didn't want to do. Well. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta do things you don't want to do. Kinda sucks. Kinda sucks. It's a bungle and a half, right? Am I right? Yeah. We're a little over 2 hours into MeatMun-a-Thon, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. What have you been thinking about the Deer Hunter so far? Give them a little bit of love. This is fun stuff to listen to. This is really cool. Especially considering it sort of provokes some of the thought that we've had in some of the conversation. And my stomach is starting to growl finally. My stomach is definitely starting to growl. This is entitled The Poison Woman, by the way. Now remember that even after we finish up the Deer Hunters 5 album, the quadrology, MeatMun-a-Thon is still not officially over. We'll have 3 other pieces of music to get to, 2 albums and 1 EP. We have An Abstract Illusion, The Atonement Is Nigh, which is their EP, and then Illuminate the Path, which is the full length. And then we also have Black Clouds and Silver Lining by Dream Theater. Which also means that the closer we get to that being done and the queue being emptied, the closer that happens, the sooner the next wave will start to come in. You and I, and we all know that is no doubt coming. I have gotten forewarnings from Evil Toad. How much? Well, Scott, let's see if I can actually examine that. Let's see if I actually can examine that, because I was using Wikipedia, and I don't know how... Okay, well, there we go. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Let's take a look here. Do they actually have pages for each of these? Oh, they do. I'll be damned. Do they actually lead somewhere? Oh, they do. Fucking hell, man. 59. 59 to 72. Math. It's not my strongest suit. 59.72 is 131. 131. Wow. 199. I mean, 199, sir. You're talking for the 3 studio albums, correct? Because they just have the 3 studio albums. Yeah, Mario, the only album of this that's going to be familiar to me is actually Act 5, because I did a review on Act 5 back in 2016. Yeah, if you're talking about just the 3 main studio albums, it'd be 199. 199. Because again, you know, the only time I round up is if it's longer than half of a minute. And on 2 of those albums, that was the case. So it's probably actually like more like 198.50 or something like that, but frickin' semantics, dude. I'm not getting into all those conversions. But yeah, I'm familiar with Act 5, though it has been, it's probably been since 2016 that I've listened to it, so listening to it again will be kind of nice. Like, it's to the point where that was back in the days where I wasn't using Last.fm, so I didn't even scrabble. Oh, excuse the heck out of me. God damn. We are right now in track number 6 of Act 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 songs remaining on this act. So I think whenever we reach our next song, which is Mustard Gas, I will be taking another short break. I'm going to take another short little break. Because at that point, we will be pretty much unofficially at the halfway point of our journey today. And I think during that break I will both be catching a quick smoke outside, as well as getting some food cooking. Although I am also going to take a look at Missy Can's schedule, Faith's schedule, and see what time she's getting home, because the last couple of nights she has brought home dinner. I've not really had much in the way of influence in that, but if she's meant to come home within the next half an hour, then I may just hold off, though I have not eaten today, so I may not have a choice. Yeah, thus far I would agree, Blackwater, that Act 3 has been the strongest and probably more complete album. Yeah, that's very true, MeatMun, and again, I think that's why whenever it comes to the Amory Wars by Coheed and Cambria, why it's so easy for me to say you can somewhat get a bit confused listening to it at times, because some of the stuff feels like it has little to do, or is kind of introducing something new that's sort of out of nowhere that maybe you're not going to get the full story about until a while later, or it's trying just to highlight a subplot. I think Coheed would be it would be another interesting project to take on such like this, to listen to everything, consecutively, just simply based off of the notion that it would be an interesting comparison point between the Deer Hunter and Coheed, which is the more solidly constructed, storyline-based album series. It's also insanely curious that two bands were taking on something like this for more than 5 albums in some cases. It's going to be 6 albums for the Deer Hunter. For the Amory Wars, I believe it's been 5 or 6 albums already, and there's even been a prequel album. It's interesting that there's two bands out there that's really within the same universe, kind of bore out of some of the similar scenes that took on this kind of concept, or had the idea for this kind of concept right around the same time. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. Oh jeez, Mike, those are no jokes. Seizures are no joke, and emergency heart surgery, that's rough. That is rough. Hopefully he gets the care and the help that he needs. I'll be pulling for Jake, man. I'll be pulling for Jake. Oh, no. Brother, share away. Share away. If folks are super expecting this to all be music talk, they have really encountered the wrong streamer, haven't they? That's why my viewership is always low. I am not afraid to go into some topics. Not to mention, I am not afraid to allow people to share and, show this weird thing called empathy. Weird thing, I mean, good lord. You ever heard of that before? Empathy? Seems like this really weird concept, Yes, do share. You're gonna take him to his first concert. At 2? At 2? Start him early. Start him early. I have a feeling I was at a show whenever I was around that age, because my parents used to go down to, they used to go to Miami. That was their vacation destination. They went down there for their honeymoon, and then they went down there with me whenever I was but an infant. And they used to go down and see shows all the time. Just little places here and there, because back then it wasn't You know, back in the 60s and early 70s especially, it wasn't like arena shows and, you know, everything was at this, like, venue. You could go down to a place to get something to eat, and one of the bands that was coming through town would do the show, you know. Go down and scope out a show. Maybe one of the local doo-wop groups was spinning through town, or maybe a regional product. Or down in Miami, you know, it was always some big, you know, probably some big name that was coming through. Oh, Mark, if you're 42, especially with your age, talking about those chest pains that you're having, I would definitely get checked. You know, the younger you are, the more that's unlikely to be a legitimate problem. You know, something that may just be as a result of what you eat, or, you know, some activity, or potentially a defect if it's something that continues. But at 42, you're starting to get to the age, and I'm starting to get to the age too, where that could be a legitimate showcase of a blockage that is starting to show itself. If you get, for any reason, to get checked up, do so just as a point of, you know, peace of mind, ease of mind, you know, because like they always say with everything, early detection of this stuff is usually what leads to greater success. Kids songs, but metal version, that's pretty cool. Yeah. The one thing that I have to my disadvantage is that I know nothing about my birth parents, so I don't know what diseases run in that corner of the family. So things are going to be a bit of a surprise for me. Hopefully, if I get any sort of problem, I get kind of an early detection of it. Hopefully, the worst thing that I have is the fact that I have this little doinky thing on my head that's apparently not cancer, but ain't going away. But yeah, if anything, for your peace of mind, I would definitely get a checkup, and if they have to, you know, do a procedure in order to check the status of, of your atriums, your ventricles, your circulatory system, to make sure that there isn't blockage that's major. You know, they can get you an idea of what's up, and then get it taken care of. That way you lead a longer, healthier life. I know it's scary, I know it sucks, and it's probably going to cost you something, and believe me, that's always something that crosses my mind, because I'm a poor son of a bitch. But, health is important. It is an important thing. You had a stress test and you passed. Okay, that's good. That's very good. That's very good. But if you're still continuing to have those pains and stuff like that, stress test alone might not be able to show it. You know, I really don't know if there's any sort of imaging that they can use in order to get, and outside of exploratory surgery, which you talk about paying for something out the ass. I'm going to take a short little recess. We're going to take a look. I'm going to take a look and see what the situation is for food, whether I should just cook now or whether I should wait and maybe hope for food to be on the corner or around the corner. I'll return momentarily. So don't go away, folks.
private does what the general says. The general does what the president says. The president does what the first lady says. So they say.
There was a silver circle sign and she was standing at the door. We pressed our way right through the crowd. Our pace was quickened to her floor. There was a single fading light and there was a call on the wall. She had a lot of love to give. I was prepared to take it all. She had disrobed and she was waiting on the floor. She asked me what it was I want. I thought that I wanted it all. I said stand up and move your body to the bed. She quickly stood and slowly turned, and here's exactly what she said. Please be soft and sweet to me. This life has not been good, you see. It's hard with such a history buried in misery. I broke a smile, reminding that I paid her well. Her lips were turned, and then I felt her hands unbuckling my belt. Oh, it felt like heaven, but I'm sure she was in hell. I made it clear I'd give my money's worth out of the goods she sells. Break and bind yourself to me, deliver what you sold. You see that I will only take from you and use it up. I'll use you up. What was your break and bind yourself to me, deliver what you sold. You see that I will only take from you to use it up. I'll use you up. What was your
Plot twist. She was supposed to be over an hour ago.
one foot than the other? Such embarrassment.
I'm just keeping the shoes on for now. Whatever. Who cares?
That I should
Ah.
discover such offensive things. This
Just by looking at this control room, I can tell you that this replay will probably not be available on YouTube. So, unfortunately, this will go no further than here. Up to this beautiful life. Down into the last 5 tracks of Act 3, Life and Death. From the Deer Hunter, we will soon be approaching Rebirth in Reprise, which is Act 4. And whether or not we conclude today with Hymns with the Devil in Confessional with Act 5, or if that has to be postponed until our next stream, we will see. It's a little cold outside. Yeah, and the plot twist, she's an hour late. Which probably means the fruit's coming. So, I'm not going to worry about that. Of course, if it ends up being 2 hours or something like that, then I'm going to start worrying a little bit. The weather is fine, there's no real problems. I haven't gotten any sort of text or any indication that there's any problems, so, I have no belief that anything is wrong, which is good. I haven't heard from my tech department in a number of days. In fact, it's been since, I think, Saturday. She did send a picture yesterday, which I responded to, but nothing. So that's kind of... It's been odd for a while, but it's all good, Whenever you talk with somebody every day for a month straight, I think sometimes you need a little bit of a break. Sometimes you need to let life happen. That way you have something to chat about, something to talk about, So, safely returned home from Chicago. All things are good there, so no problems. No, she just recently, she got back Tuesday night. Yeah, in fact, the photos showed it because the photos showed her two cats who were huddling together on her bed waiting for her return, which was very cute. Very, very cute. But there's a lot going on over there. So, completely understanding. I'm also not one who I text sometimes before I call someone. I don't text a lot either. So I don't do either very much. I'm kind of odd in that sense. I used to text a lot. I used to text a lot. That used to be my thing. Especially at the turn of this past decade, I would text so many different people. Mainly because it was kind of just easier to do that, and you could talk with somebody sort of whenever you wanted, and throughout the day things would happen, so you would have gaps of time between texts that were because of job or whatever. But it was always kind of cool. It was always cool to just sort of go through the flow of the day with some of your friends. That was also a bigger thing back then, This is interesting right here. This is almost a little bit indie. I like it. I see what it's about. Very cool. And again, once it's showing the progression there. From the track Mustard Gas all the way down to Saved. Showing that many things have happened in a short period of time. Going back to the story, then this beautiful life. Mustard Gas then went into Saved, which he was saved, and then there was the story and the beautiful life. Obviously liking or being appreciative toward the salvation. Go get your gun. Still an indication of war. So we're in World War II. Or World War I, rather. I'm sorry. I apologize. And to those who die, please try to understand. But, yeah, I used to... that was the big thing I liked to do. I used to text a good bit. But, you grow, you change. I don't text but 2 or 3 people now, and that's rare that I actually go through and do it. Let us Death and I will text, or we used to text a good bit. That used to be one of our primary modes of communication, but we both were kind of bad on reply, or like she sends a lot of texts early in the morning because being a school teacher, she was used to that schedule, whereas I usually wake up a little bit later in the morning, like 10 or 11 o'clock. So it's always something nice to wake up to. Though I will say that one of the big complaints that I have about my current phone, which is the same model but a different actual unit of it, is that it seems that I get no notification of some of this stuff until later on. So it doesn't show that there's a notification right away. Then I end up just clicking on the message button just to see what something new is, which is usually either spam or a notification from Verizon. And I notice, and it would be a real shame if it happened right now, actually. I'm going to take a look just to examine. No, there's none. She's an English teacher. Teaches English. Exceptionally good at her job, in my opinion. Very, very excited about the topic. Exceptionally good with grammar. Could definitely call me out on a lot of my bullshit. Very thankful that she is not harsh or critical on any of the letters that I have sent. Though I'm sure in her mind she's kind of doing like the mental red pen, which, that's fine. I know my writing is... While my writing is good, I know that some of my grammar or my usage of punctuation is poor. But those are always nice. But these days, more often than not, I'll call somebody. But that's even rare, I don't like being a bother. I don't like being a bother. That's my big thing. I'm unfortunately, if you've seen the posts about those with depression that tend to maybe not be as forthright, or forthright's the wrong word, who tend to sometimes wait for other people to contact them or don't sort of go out of their way. It is because those are all real sentiments. You sometimes fear that, or not sometimes, you constantly fear that you're being a bother to somebody else. That's just unfortunately real. It's life. Even though 99% of the time, whenever they pick up, they're happy to hear from you. That is not what you think. That is not how you feel. You feel that you're constantly bothersome or excessively needy or whatever the case might be. Evergrey had a concept for their last 3 albums. It's all based around the ocean. It's all based around water. It's all based around water. Yeah, we've been streaming for about 3 hours, a little bit longer. My favorite Evergrey album still to this day is the first one that I ever listened to, which is In Search of Truth. Something about that album just really gels with me well. I love that disc. The disc is pretty good. It's not necessarily their strongest release, but it's one that I kind of have an attachment to. Hitting a little close to home. Understandable. And the music to couple with it. The music to couple with it is only going to enhance that. And again, that's the marking of a pretty good, not only a good project, but a good execution. Music is meant to move you. It's not meant to be this sort of like emotionless, this very vacant tool. It's meant to give you emotion. It's meant to grab you and take you on a journey. It's just like any other medium, There are those who are exceptionally moved, and this is of course because it's their hobby or their, something they're very passionate about. They're passionate about film or television shows. They feel very much all of the different emotions, and everything that sort of visual medium is able to represent. Oh yeah, this is still Deer Hunter. This is the Deer Hunter. Oh, my day's been great. That's the thing. Like, this is just how it goes, you know? We start talking and everything's, good to go, and then we get on serious topics, and I just attack them, man. I go for it. But yeah, the marking of a really good album is one that's able to take you on a journey and actually put you there. Or, whatever it's aiming to execute, or whatever it's aiming to accomplish, it executes well. So a thrash metal album that is a riff fest that also makes you want to bang your head, or makes you want to really, it gets you really excited or hyped or angry or whatever, it channels something out of you. That's a good thrash metal album. It's not one where you're just sitting there thinking, okay, this is kind of alright. With albums such as this that are story based, that have concept, and yes, this is important to the story. But if a song like this doesn't exist, or if a song doesn't have a moment, or an album like this doesn't have a moment of some sort of sincere, genuine feeling or emotion or conflict, then it's kind of hard to get into that album. It's kind of hard to get into that concept. For example, Room 5. Room 5 by Shadow Gallery has a ton of emotional moments within it. Two in particular are among my favorite songs of Shadow Gallery of all time, and that's Vow and then Torn, which are both off of the same album. They're absolutely tremendous. One is very heartbreaking, the other is very almost fulfilling. It's an interesting mix. Deer Hunter's half-brother dying in battle. Also, their father is a ranking officer in their company. There's a movie that's coming out very soon. Or maybe it's even out now. I'm trying to recall what it's called. Maybe it's just called 1914? Where I believe a unit is on a mission, but if they actually execute the mission, the higher ranking officers know that they're walking into a trap, and the courier has to go and alert them of this. This is the plot that I'm gathering from what I saw in the trailer. Excuse me. And the courier has a brother, I believe, that's in the unit. Is it called 1917? I thought it was 1914. Oh, whatever it is. Whatever it is. I know that it's upcoming. I want to say that it's going to be coming out around, maybe a week or so. Maybe it just came out. Let's take a look. This is the thing that I like to use my phone for, by the way. People use their phones for Tinder, for porn, for whatever. It is called 1914. Or no, it is called 1917. Oh, this is showing me 1914 in movies. Oh wow, I could watch The Patchwork Girl of Oz, or Cavalria, or In the Land of the Headhunters, Judith of Bethulia, Marvelous Scarecrow of Oz, Florida, and what? Those are all movies from 1914. Didn't realize it was that good of a year. You were talking to yourself and there was a dude standing right there, he laughed and I felt embarrassed. I just told him, yeah, I know, right? Oh, crap. A lot of times. Shake it off, you know what I'm saying? Whatevs. Fun times. Or maybe that guy was imaginary. Yeah, this is all just a simulation. We're actually all of us are not actually here. We're all in separate mental facilities all around the world. We are currently hugging ourselves and banging our head up against a padded wall and participating in this stream completely in our head. Some of us are in the state of catatonia. Others are are just sitting in a common area, like a living area of the sanitarium, and we believe we're picking up this transmission on our teeth or something like that. You know? Is Whir still on tour? No. As of right now, Whir is broken up. So I have no need for an air conditioner in this room. Really, I have no need for the 3 air conditioners I used to have in the hell apartment. All 3 of them are not even in this house. They're currently residing in my garage. And they will not need any sort of utility, perhaps ever. I may never need them. Summertime will prove that, or disprove it. But we will see. Oh my gosh, again. Wonderful song, once again. This is the finale, by the way, of Life and Death of Act 3. It's aptly titled Life and Death. And we will start Act 4, which is entitled Rebirth and Reprise, with Rebirth. Again, I think one of the things that the Deer Hunter has shown to me that they do exceptional is they wrap things up in a very epic way. They make their last moments matter huge for a listener. They execute storytelling in a very unique but also a very personable way, almost like you are listening to a visual, if that makes any sense. Thus far, Act 3 has done wondrous things. It's just done wonderful things. And I believe it was Act 3 is when this band started to get a little bit more commercial success. Why is there more corruption in the world? You could argue for a number of reasons. The thirst for power, the quest for money. You could even go back into a prior conversation we were having that was regarding religion. You had a desire for one religion to conquer the other, or one people to conquer another, whatever. So many different reasons why corruption could exist and why it does. Evil Toad, you have indeed made it. We have just entered into Act 4 of The Deer Hunter, entitled Rebirth and Reprise. So welcome. Yeah, right around this time is right usually whenever I'm starting to, wrap things up a bit. Disney, blame Disney. Disney has a monopoly on the entertainment industry that's only growing with each passing year, but are they the real reason for corruption in this world? I don't know about all that. Is it night here now? It is, yeah. And we have officially transitioned from day to night. In fact, we transitioned from day to night a little while ago, really. Pretty early on. Probably around a little bit before 5 o'clock is whenever it was starting to do that. But now it's time to see what happens to the Deer Hunter after his experience in World War I, which claimed a lot from him. His half-brother saves him from mustard gas attack only to be killed, and has to kill his own father, as MeatMun has been kind enough to recap for us, should I say. This is only part 1 of MeatMun-a-Thon, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and do a quick little recap. All 5 Deer Hunter albums that are currently available in their big, vast album series idea. There's another one, a 6th one, which is forthcoming. We have not gotten it yet. So the story actually is going to be left without a conclusion, mostly because there isn't one yet. And then after this, we will have an abstract illusion coming with our... So now this is Act 4, this is, yes. But in Part 2 of MeatMun-a-Thon, we will have an abstract illusion with Atonement is Nigh and Illuminate the Path. Atonement is Nigh is the EP. Illuminate the Path is the full length. And Black Clouds and Silver Linings by Dream Theater. We do have a small cue that we will get to whenever we reconvene. We have a track from Waterblanc, which is of course a Mersbo track, which he actually gave to us in advance. That way we could talk about sports whenever we wanted for this stream. And probably for next stream too, considering that's whenever it will be heard. And then Maru did give us a trio of songs as well, which we will probably get to on Saturday as well. So yeah, how much was this for? Whenever it came to the Deer Hunter quadrology, it was $319. The others were done individually, so Black Clouds was $75, and I believe that the Abstract Illusion duality was right around the same amount. Yeah, we will have another Saturday stream. Since we've streamed Tuesday and Thursday, we're going to stream on Saturday. I'm going to try and see how's that going to work out as far as Christmas and stuff is concerned. Let's see here. Next Thursday is the 19th, and the Thursday after that is, what, the 26th? The only week where we're going to have some scheduling that we're going to have to do on the fly, is going to be the week of Christmas. The week of Christmas, we're going to see what our schedule is going to be like, but I'm going to my goal is to kind of keep this Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday schedule for the remainder of this marathon. However, like I said, the week of Christmas we may have to make some alterations. I forget what nationality Mersbo is actually, if I'm being 100% honest. What do I think about Rendon going to the Angels? Hey, a lot of people thought that was going to be Garrett Cole. Rendon going to the Angels, I think it's going to be alright for him. They're a team that definitely needs a little bit of help. Between them and the Rangers, they just can't seem to get over that hump. And I don't know. Is it going to necessarily make them able to chase down Houston? I don't think so, because I think Houston, even with the departure of Cole, they're not being deconstructed just yet. LeBron or Jordan, I think as of right now, whenever it comes to in terms of their career, Jordan is less polarizing. LeBron has been polarizing because everybody, we're in an age now where, if you win too much, people don't like it. That echo has been coming confused today. No, it's because of encoding issues. I bet you it's because we're using Spotify. Yeah, it just froze on you because I just did a little hiccup. Oh, that sounds really nice, Mark. That sounds incredibly nice. Cool. Holidays for me will be what they usually are. We'll probably have to go out to her parents' place. That way we can distribute the presents that are for out there for her mom and dad, her brothers, and for her one brother's 3 kids. Make sure that we deliver them. And then we'll probably go over to my parents' place. I don't know, like, whenever I do a comparison point between the two of them, I almost put them on equal footing. Though, if there's one thing that's true between the two of them, especially from what we're seeing now, LeBron's the more versatile player. You know, Michael Jordan was great as a pure scorer. He also did have some defensive prowess. He was, in the 80s, I think he was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate at one point. If I'm remembering correctly. Like, so he was playing on both sides of the ball, but he's primarily known for his scoring and his playmaking ability. You know, LeBron does a little bit of everything. This is purely going on actual play as opposed to just saying, well, Jordan has 6 rings. I would say that Jordan's career is a little more tumultuous. I'd say LeBron has a more legitimate love for basketball. He's gonna want to be around in this for as long as he can, almost similar to Tom Brady, you know, where he's gonna want to do this as long as he possibly can. Jordan seemed to have a lot going on in the exterior within the, he had a sports gambling problem, or just a gambling problem in general. He lost his dad, spent his 2 years playing baseball, you know, had multiple retirements. You know, his legacy sometimes does get a little bit tarnished by some of the things that happened, and it was something that had major implications on the league. I would say the big thing about Jordan is that his effect on basketball was much larger than, I would say, LeBron's effect whenever it comes to the actual other teams in the sport. You know, I'm not talking about basketball as a whole, you know, as a cultural thing, or, you know, as a global sport. I'm talking that whenever it comes to the league itself, Jordan's presence in the league dictated a lot of things. It prevented a lot of Hall of Famers from getting rings, as an example. John Stockton, Karl Malone, both. They were unable to do it after Jordan's departure. And as a result of whether it be rivalry or just based around which division or conference he was in, Charles Barkley never got a ring as a result of things like that. He was also on teams that could never get over the hump, especially the Suns. So, I don't know. That's a really tough debate. I enjoyed watching Jordan, but I was also a kid. So whenever you're a kid and you see somebody that's doing things that are being called superhuman or things that seem unbelievable, of course you're going to be very drawn to that. And I think LeBron can do some of the same things. But I think LeBron as a player is not dedicated to flash. You know, his is making plays on both sides of the ball and trying to just play the game. You know, he was more flash whenever he was young, and he had a lot of flash with the Heat whenever he was part of the Big Three. But now it seems like he's transitioned now into a locker room leader and more of a teacher, which didn't work out for him in LA last year. I was honestly, though, surprised that the inclusion of Anthony Davis was almost like the missing link. It was the missing piece. Weird. Tim Duncan was always a pleasure to watch. He was one of my favorite players that I got to watch, you know, really seriously throughout my life. Timmy was the most brilliant exhibition of playing basketball the right way. Dirk was a revolution. His step back is killer. His defense was paralyzing. He took a team like Dallas, who did have a little bit of help, you know, who did have some of the things that are necessary to be championship contenders, but he helped legitimize them. Similar to what Luka is doing to a team of, right now, Dallas, can you name anybody on that squad aside from Luka Doncic? Chris Webber is always going to be somewhat forgotten, and it's a shame because he was a game changer in his own right. I just don't think he ever really got the ability to show that on display. Garnett, his energy. His strength of play and his energy were his two biggest benefactors. Steph Curry, by the way, alongside of the Golden State Warriors in general and James Harden and the Houston Rockets, if you don't like the fact that NBA is currently living and dying, a lot of teams are living and dying by the three-point shot, you have those two teams principally to blame, as well as the old fast-paced run-and-gun style of another Golden State Warriors team from the middle part of the 2000s. Because there were some teams that their whole defensive or their whole offensive philosophy was called 7 seconds. You know, they wanted their possession to start and end in 7 seconds. So maybe you have 1 or 2 passes, you get an open look, you shoot. You know, you're not setting this up, you're not utilizing 24. And the whole goal of that was to tire out the opposition because they're constantly running. Because you get 1 or 2 results. There's either a basket or a rebound. You know, maybe you get a stoppage if it's an air ball, but there's 2 main ones. Is there another Curry? Thompson. Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson. Splash Brothers. Yep, keep them all moving. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. It was very much an offense that was based heavily around kinesis. It never won them a championship. Don Nelson never got a championship out of that. But it was something, it was somewhat of a marvel, and it did help them pull off one of the biggest playoff upsets of all time, which was an 8 seed beating a 1. And I believe that the team that they knocked out was the Dallas Mavericks. So, ironic that we sort of come full circle with that. And I got to watch that happen. And I watched those games on TV whenever I was in college. And it was unbelievable to me. You know? Because you oftentimes see a number 8 seed as simply a placeholder, where a number 1 should be able to, even if they go down 2-0 or something like that, they should be able to figure them out because they're a number 1 seed. You know, you see a number 1 seed falter in the first round to a number 8, you immediately consider them to be nothing more than a bust and a fluke. Golden State is, I think, 5-30 or 5-20. They're awful right now, but they're also they're missing Steph Curry. They're missing Klay Thompson. Like, all of their playmakers are out with injury for long periods of time. Like, their season is essentially their season's over before it even started. Yeah, their season's over before it even started. Yeah, they don't have either of them. They don't have Curry or Thompson. Their 2 biggest scorers. And Durant, of course, got traded. Which, they don't need Durant, honestly. He was a hell of an Achilles heel, but they don't need him. Act 3 was the most solid of the 3 thus far, principally because of its musical tone. Its storytelling, I think, was also the best of the 3. And the combination of the 2 created it created magic. It was definitely the most emotional album, and it was one that felt, and it was like I said, I feel like that was the album that got them a little bit more international acclaim, because those who heard it really wanted to spread it around because of its power. So the Pens have won the Cup against Detroit? No. No, Detroit was the better team at that point. Detroit was the better team in that first series. And if there's one thing that we can learn from the Pittsburgh Penguins, is that if they get into one Stanley Cup, they're going to get into the Stanley Cup again the next year. It has happened with Oh, someone's home. I'll have to go say hello. We saw it back in the 90s. They got 2 consecutive cups, won 2 consecutive cups. We saw it with Detroit. They lost the cup, the first one, and then came back in 08-09 and won it. Both against Detroit. I don't think you're going to see a rematch like that in the Stanley Cup again for a long time. I don't think it's going to happen. So the series that you saw last year, St. Louis and was it Boston? You're not going to see it this year. And then again, it happened just a couple years ago, but again, it was against 2 different opponents. Pens won both of those. It was against Nashville and San Jose. Gretzky or Mario? I'm from Pittsburgh. I'm a Mario boy. I'm Mario through and through. But Gretzky is also the great one. If there's anybody that could potentially eclipse Mario as the true GOAT, it's going to be Gretzky. I mean, imagine being a youth and getting to watch the exploits of 2 of the best players that have ever suited up. Ever. Mario Lemieux and Wayne Gretzky, just offensive juggernauts. Especially Gretzky. You know, Mario's career got cut short because of health. And then he did make a comeback. But imagine instead of making a comeback all those years later, imagine if he was playing all those years. You know, it's ridiculous. Ovechkin or Crosby? Sid. Ovechkin may score more goals, he may be more flash, but Crosby's the better leader. Now, it feels like if World War I was the center point of Act 3, and just by using song titles, perhaps as a little bit of context or context clues, it seems like the Deer Hunter has made it home, but is now maybe seeing that things have changed since he was away. You know, I'm kind of just looking at this, and it almost is giving me the concept that his hometown has drastically changed, or, you know, wherever he ended up has drastically changed from when he departed. Perhaps there is some information that can be given to support this. So let's take a look here, actually. Because again, I did no research prior to us doing this. The story follows the conclusion of Act 3, Life and Death, in which the protagonist assumed the identity of his deceased half-brother after the resolution of the First World War. Huh. There actually isn't any, of course, it's Frog Notes that is actually the progenitor of this. Wow. Oh, God. This is going deep in theory. Good lord. Never mind. That's far too long of a lead. Definitely not something for stream material. Giants are 2-11, Jets are 5-8. I would say are equally as bad. I would. I definitely would. The Jets, a lot of their wins have been gifts. They've had one or two games where they've actually looked like a complete team. The Jets beat Miami this past week because, unfortunately for all of us, one of the teams had to actually win that piece of shit game. Like, a team actually had to win. Like, they could have tied, but... And the funny thing is that the Eagles nearly lost to the Giants. But, like, Eli Manning aged 25 years between the halves. You know, in the first half of that game, he looked great. And in the second half, all of a sudden, he remembered he was old. It was like, oh shit, my hip. Not literally, but whatever. Yeah, Casey used to be in, what was it, like a post-hardcore band that he was a part of. Yeah, the shot, it would be an outside shot, Mark, but you're right. They would still be on pace to potentially get in. They would have needed a lot of help. They needed a ton of help. And right now, despite the fact that the separation is only 2 games, Cleveland and Oakland are praying for a miracle in order to save their season. And I'm going to give you guys a spoiler alert if you happen to be from Cleveland or if you happen to cheer for Oakland. It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. That's right, the receiving end of sirens. Would have Bennett not gotten injured? I'm going to tell you one thing. Whether he gets injured or not, if you take a look at this season, there are only 2 games. 2. There are only 2 games that the Steelers played where they legitimately got whooped. Where they looked bad. It was the first game of the season against the New England Patriots where they lost 33-3. And it was the first game of Cleveland versus Cleveland where they lost, I think it was, what, like 21-3? Whenever they started off 0-4 or 1-4 or whatever it was, yeah, it was 1-4. Just about the other 3 of those losses, they lost by either a touchdown or a field goal, and it was always late. You know, the Ravens took them to overtime because Pittsburgh, and won because Pittsburgh turned the ball over in overtime. They could have won that game. There was another fumble by Juju, I think. It was against San Francisco, and they could have beaten Seattle. This is a team that very easily could be 11-2, which is incredible to think about. This is a team that could legitimately have 1 or 2 bounces gone their way during the first part of the season. We could be talking about an 11-2 team, which is even more absurd considering they're an 8-5 team that's playing with a 4th-string quarterback. It's 4th string. Like, I had to think about this for a second, but it is legitimately 4th string because Ben Roethlisberger's your primary. Your secondary was Mason Rudolph. The original number 3 was actually Josh Dobbs, who got traded. So the original depth chart had Devlin Hodges at number 4. And he's out here 3-0 and looking like a young Ben Roethlisberger sometimes. 21-7, right? So basically, we can't close out games. That was the problem during the first half of the season. And again, the defense can only do as much as they can because if your offense turns the ball over and puts them in bad situations, you know, the defense isn't going to be able to pull off a miracle every single time. But if you want to know what the true apex, you know, the true changeover for this team was, his name is Minkah Fitzpatrick. Something about that defense completely and totally changed with his inclusion. Because if you watch the game against the Patriots, Pittsburgh looked terrible on defense and on offense. They just looked terrible, period. Nothing about that game was right. It seemed like Pittsburgh completely and totally slept the whole entire time through training camp and sleptwalked their way into that game, got hit once, and fell back asleep. So, there's a funny alternate universe out there where the Steelers are right now 11-2. They still would have the loss against Cleveland, and they would still have the loss against New England. Those are not going away. The losses that would go away would be the first Ravens game. So basically, in that universe, they don't fumble the ball. They march down the field, kick a field goal, and they beat Baltimore in overtime. With Seattle, they don't allow Russell Wilson to come back, and they hold on to the football. They don't fumble, and they, execute a game-winning drive. San Francisco, that game was just sloppy on both ends. In that game, the biggest problem was the fact that the offense was having trouble generating points whenever they got deep into the red zone. Really, if our red zone efficiency, if Pittsburgh's red zone efficiency was up 20%, we win all three of those games. We're 11-2. But it is what it is. So we're 8-5, and we're fighting for a playoff spot. And I'll tell you, we need every single one of those wins. We need this win at Buffalo. It would take us up to number 5, and would put the heat on Buffalo because Tennessee's not going to go away, folks. If you're a football fan, you look at the Tennessee Titans because something got awoken in that team. We're going to get smacked by Baltimore? Yeah. Yeah. That's why we need the win at Buffalo. That way we have a buffer. Because, yes. Yeah, this is a callback to Mustard Gas, isn't it? Baltimore right now, see, I'm not completely bought in. I'm not completely bought in because every single time you get bought in by one of these teams, what happens? They get into the playoffs and then they lay an egg. They lay their first egg in like 14 weeks or whatever, and that's it. It's usually against New England. It's usually whenever those dreams die. Texans and Titans should be a good game. Y'all get that game twice. You get it this week and then the last game of the season. Last game of that season. So the Texans, they got to prove their asses. Because, whoo boy, they stunk up the joint last Sunday. They stunk up the joint. Damn. And let me ask you an honest question. Is someone going to finally win the NFC East sometime this century? Sometime this decade? Like, are the Cowboys and the Eagles deliberately sucking because they want Washington maybe to like creep up and they can't? They're terrible and the Giants are god awful. And really, if one of the teams is going to win that division, the Eagles or the Cowboys, do they deserve to be in the playoffs for that? I mean, let's be team affiliation aside, based around the way those teams have been playing, do they really deserve to be there? Do they really deserve to be there? Or should there be an extra wild card team? Now see, in the NFC side, the Niners were in a shootout and they were able to come out on top. That's important. Because if you're in a shootout, that's all you need to do. Their defense did get exposed, but their defense had been exposed since all the way back in the Steeler game. Because in the Steeler game, most of the mistakes that the Steelers were making on offense were self-inflicted wounds, but they were still able to generate points. they were still able to keep it close. Based off of the current 49ers team and how the Steelers looked at that game, that should have been a very, very different result. Same thing with the Seahawks. You know, Pittsburgh has an amazing defense. It's ranked number 5 in the league, which is... The fact that it's only number 5 to me hurts my head. It just destroys my brain and makes my eyeballs kind of twitch a little bit, but it's true. But that's not going to win you football games all the time, especially not ones where you're giving up 21, 24 points. You know, in that case, I think the game was like 27, 24, whatever. Their defense has holes. Their defense can give up a big play. But you could also say the same thing about the Saints. The Saints were in a shootout with Carolina, but they had to win off of a field goal. Whenever you get into a game like that, it just becomes who is able to survive. It's a game of survival. You know, in a game where defense is vacant and is taking the night off, you just need to survive and outscore on offense. And hope that your defense shows up long enough to get one stop at the end. Or at least prevent a field goal or block a field goal or whatever. You know, there has to be a winner, there has to be a loser. If you're saying that that might be the reason why San Francisco doesn't cruise into the Super Bowl, hell yeah, I agree. I agree completely. That Saints game, if they meet again in the playoffs, it can go the other way in a hurry. It can go the other way in a hurry. I think Green Bay fans are delusional. They're setting themselves up for failure. I don't think they have a prayer. Of course, I say that they'll win the damn Super Bowl. I think the Saints are a dangerous pick. I think the Seahawks got exposed. But one of those teams is gonna make it through. You notice I didn't even mention Minnesota. I don't think LA is gonna have the opportunity to get through. They're gonna try their damnedest, but they need help. And oh, by the way, you notice that I'm not even talking about either Dallas or Philadelphia, because if they end up winning the Super Bowl after this travesty of the season, they deserve to have the Lombardi Trophy stolen from them and never returned. And nobody ever watching football ever again. Yeah, this was actually released 1 year before Act 5. So, I'm very curious about that gap. I know that there was something released in the middle of that. From what I read. I'm curious if it was just like you wanted to take a break from it, or if it was trying to arrange or get the inspiration for it. Like since I know that there was something that was in between there, I'm curious if that was like a project that he wanted to take care of first, or if that was just more what he was, writing or what he was feeling at that point. Maybe the songs that he was writing didn't feel like they were apt for the for the 5 album, at that point would have been a 4 album cycle. This track is, by the way, aptly entitled "Is There Anybody Here?" We're still got ways to go in Act number 4, by the way. This one is a lengthy one. This is a long boy, and I think that it's something that it sort of suffers a little bit from that length, a bit. Though musically speaking, it's very well designed. We actually do make a return to the bittersweet. We get parts 4 and 5. And actually part 6 as well, but 4 and 5 is its own song, and then part 6 is individual. Yeah, those are both, those are kind of like, well, we're using Coheed and Cambria as kind of like a comparison point. I think it's apt for us to look at the Amory Wars a little bit, considering it does sort of bear in mind some similar ideas. Coheed, I didn't realize had been doing things since '95. That's kind of crazy. by doing that, I looked right at the comic, which is silly. So what we have, the second stage Turbine Blade, we have Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth, Good Apollo on Burning Star 4. It's Volume 1 and Volume 2, which is From Fear Through the Eyes of Madness and New World for Tomorrow. So I guess it's part 4, it's in 2 parts, but it's 2 albums. Year of the Black Rainbow is unaffiliated, I wanted to say, or that was the prequel. That is the prequel. That's the prequel album. And there's the Afterman, Ascension and Descension. Which I believe it is. Yeah, it does follow the storyline, so those both count. That's Ascension and Descension, both. And the color, yeah, The Color Before the Sun is the first non-conceptual piece, and then we got into Braxis, or Baxis Act 1, which is the continuation of the concept. And that was released, I believe, last year. I actually have not listened to Baxis yet. I know nothing about it. Again, with that series, it kind of, I get turned around a good bit with it. Mechana. Yeah. Isn't that based around the Halo universe? Or am I thinking of a different band? Yeah, this is the Deer Hunter, William. I'm listening to, they have a 5-album series, which is all one big concept. We've been listening to that. We're currently on Act 4. There's been a little bit more acceptance to this sort of an idea. You know, it's very interesting to see that this has become such a big and almost a more widely accepted thing to do. And especially whenever it comes to these multiple album ideas. I mean, how neat is that? It's really cool to sort of be in that mode and want to talk about something that long. You know, like I know personally, I've lyrically authored a lot of different albums, like things that I call albums. I've done that for 20 years. And only recently have I really gotten away from it. By recently, I mean within the past like 5 years. I haven't written a lot. And even with all of that, I could only ever continue a story really with 2 albums. Maybe 3. Yeah, maybe the album before the start of the concept to be seen as part of it. I don't know. Like it would be loose base. You know, it would not be something as tight as this. That would have to be something that was linked together by whoever reads it, you know? But the fact that so many bands, or that there are more bands, should I say, these days, or within the past 10-15 years, that have been willing to embrace this idea, a lot more groups want to attempt the concept album series. Obscure, I believe it's 4 albums, actually. I believe it's 4 albums. I think it's all 4 of their, might be all 4 of their 2010s albums. Omnivium, Delivium, and the others. Is it 3 or is it 4? At any rate, it's interesting to see it becoming more of a common thing. You know, it's cool to see that it's more of a common thing these days. Now, it might not be common within the bands that you see over the top, you know, that are above the water. It's more something that you're seeing in the underground bands that have not yet broken out. But time is a kind thing, not to mention spreading the word to others is a kind thing in a way in which it becomes a little more prominent and noticed. Hi, Dawson. For some reason I felt like I just saw you the other day, but you're probably right. You would know better than me. But here we are. We're actually in the Bittersweets 4 and 5. Every time I see Bittersweet, I want to say Bittersweet's the sucky beat, which is, of course, Cradle of Filth. Although I will say this, just looking at the time and everything, we will probably complete the stream today with Act 4, and Act 5 will have to come next time. We may have to put Act 5 in with next time. We're getting into about very close to 4 hours worth of material. We'll finish up with Act 5. And we could even, from right there, go right into Atonement is Nigh. And some abstract illusion. Now on Saturday, we're not going to immediately jump back. On Saturday. We do have some other songs that we will need to play, and we need to get back to traditional donations and stuff like that. These donations have been nice. And of course, we need to play the stuff because they were donated for, and we are thankful for that. I am thankful for that. Absolutely. 100% thankful for all of that. But we do have to get back a little bit to some regularity. So we're not going to jump right back into MeatMun-a-Thon, but we will get there in time. So we will hang you on a cliffhanger at the end of part 4. And we'll get into part 5. We'll get into the discography of An Abstract Illusion and Black Clouds and Silver Linings by the 4 albums. Well, 3 albums and an EP. This has been an excellent foray down and showing the capabilities of this band. It's fantastic. I'm a little more willing to hold off on Act 5 because Act 5 is the only album of this quadrilogy that I have any experience with. I will let everybody who's out there know that right now Saturday's queue has only 4 tracks on it. We have a Mersbo song from Waterblock, Ultramarine Blues, and we have 3 tracks from Maru. So if anybody is looking to get something in early for Saturday, then I do invite you to go ahead and get that in advance. That way you take priority over anybody who donates early on Saturday. But we are not done just yet. It's just a bit of a stream announcement. We still have 6 tracks left, in fact, of our journey today. So one thing about these albums, they do boast a very large track total. Yeah, it definitely seems to be more of a sort of an overwhelming arc about the world, of how the world is affected by the actions and activities, not only of one man, but also of how it's a reaction to the world that surrounds. The presence of World War I, of course, brings about many different questions because of its historical nature, and war always does explore a lot of different aspects of living. Religion and faith becomes very important to some, and especially in that age, because especially if you combine it with war. It's almost like the only thing that you have that keep you sane. Prostitution's an interesting one. It seems like that's kind of goes out there a little bit, but I'm sure that it makes sense. Corruption being a theme is seldom surprising, considering every great hero needs a villain. Whenever it comes to the traditional, whenever it comes to the traditional story tale, or the fairy tale, not story tale. Traditional fairy tale, every great hero needs a villain, but the true villain of the human experience is corruption. And corruption is something that we see literally everywhere that we go, and in almost every aspect of life. It's not something that we can avoid, it's not something we can sidestep. One of the most drastic and most damning concepts of humanity is the desire for power, the desire for more, the desire for money, our overwhelming need to feel respected, and whenever we don't receive that, our overwhelming ability to not care and truly be heartless, soulless, and not care about our fellow man or woman. Mark, give yourself a good one. We'll see you on Saturday. Yeah, like I said, if anybody wants to get anything in for Saturday or to start us off on Saturday, do indeed get those donations in. We are still, of course, trucking along toward incentives. With our couple of donations from earlier today, we stand just $217.50 away from free request roulette, which I have now misspoke on 4 straight streams, so the tradition lives on. That'll be the next time that we have a winner, someone who wins 2 free song requests and the CKN dance. Of course, waiting on Volum. Volum ST does have 2 free tracks that he has yet to let us know what they are. So that will be something that will be upcoming. And it has to be stated because I have to mentally prepare myself, is that we are only $717.50 away from MeatMun-a-Thon. And that is, it's getting scary close. That's getting real scary close. I'm going to take a short moment and say hello to people who are home. I'm surprised they didn't do the same for me, and I'm also curious about food. So one moment, I'm going to see what the situation is there. I'm hungry. Soup is coming. Soup is coming. Nice crack. You're welcome. do it for the fans. Could we cover a whole stream where all we talk about is sports? We could. The problem with it is that we would then have to listen to probably like 4 Merzbow albums in their entirety, and then our sanity would be destroyed. Evil Toad laughing maniacally, oh dear. And we're only halfway through, really, even though we have gotten, even though we are pretty much almost, we have only one album, or we'll have only one album left in the Deer Hunter quadrology after today's stream. We'll actually have 4 releases still to listen to in MeatMun-a-Thon. We'll have the Deer Hunters Act 5 Hymns with the Devil in Confessional. Atonement is Nigh by An Abstract Illusion, which is an EP. Illuminate the Path by An Abstract Illusion, which is a full length, and then Black Clouds and Silver Linings by Drink Beer. Sounds like disco to you? Listen to Disco Queen by Pain of Salvation. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. You want to talk about a really misguided song that at times is just ridiculously fun despite how stupid it is? There's your answer to it. My lord. The absolute stupidity of that is insane. Also from an album that admittedly was not the best conceived in Scarsick, which is a shame that has been sort of revealed as, or considered as, the sequel to The Perfect Element. Should be in the microwave? I might be just kidding that now. Folks, soup.
Bring yourself to glory, and here's those spoils of war that you asked for. I never wanted my name up in bright lights, but I think that I might be there soon. I owe it all to you. Hey, hey, was never looking for fame or the limelight, but I think that I might be there soon. I owe it all to you.
I get ready to put the fire. Soup, motherfuckers. Soup. Oh, I just peed on myself. What the heck? Everybody okay? Is everything okay? Are we all good? Hello? I have no idea what just happened. The stream just cut out for about 30 seconds. Was it while I was gone? Because I was just going to get soup. I have soup now. I has soup. Bean and bacon soup. Oh, whatever happened, I apologize. extremely hot, but it's very, very good. Oh my gosh. If you think this is all I'm going to eat today, probably plenty. My back just, oh my gosh, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. It's amazing to think. So it was suspended for policy violations. Maybe there's something wrong with King of Swords reversed. I think Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time. No. My stream has been temporarily blocked because we've detected copyrighted audio. Oh God. Looks like YouTube now is starting to try to take away the thing that makes me unique. Hi. Can you still see? Can you see me? Yep, this is on YouTube. This is 100% YouTube, boys and girls. Yep. It's 100% on YouTube. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves an apparent conundrum. If I restart playing that, it's just going to happen again. We are unfortunately not done with Act 4. We in fact still have 3 tracks after this. There's a good chance that those are not going to get played. And you guys being able to see it. So we are approaching a very big conundrum. Well, the thing is, the problem will not necessarily be fixed while this stream is active. Because this tells me that if it was blocked because of copyright issue, that they, for whatever reason, they were really keeping an eye on this one. Something about this attracted some attention. Maybe because I put the Deer Hunter in the title. That might be what it was. Probably not. Probably just YouTube being YouTube. Anytime you try to come back with some sort of logic. Let's play the most popular, most copyrighted songs then. Yeah, this basically right now puts the top 40 that stream in jeopardy now, doesn't it? So, oh boy. Actually, no, there will probably be no problems with those because they're popular and YouTube likes them and they're partnered with all of them. God. Well, unfortunately, that means that for the time being, we are going to have to depart. It's a damn shame. And I think it's bullshit. But this isn't my sandbox. If you're curious as to why I am walking away, there's one of them right there. There's one of them right there. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, apologies that this is going to have to get cut off a little short because of YouTube. But I will, we're going to call it for right now. We are going to return to our story and our heroes sometime in the near future. And until then, I will talk to you guys next time. What we may have to do is I may have to abandon the Spotify idea and just play the stuff on YouTube, though I'm wondering if I would have had the same problem there. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Thanks everybody for coming out, and thanks to MeatMun for obviously the donation that has propelled MeatMun-a-Thon. Part 1 is now complete, but Part 2 will still be coming. I'll talk to you guys later. And next time, take care.